Hello, and welcome to the Tatty Planner Journal course. Thank you so much for joining me. During the course, we're going to create these two soft cover Tatty planners, and we are also there is a chapter where we create a planner using a vintage book cover, so we do talk about that too. I'm just going to move one aside. We'll go through the construction of the cover. We will also look at the closure, which is optional. I've made several of these without the closure. We make the embellishment for the edge, which is a tassel and a dangle charm. We create the pockets for the front and the back of the journal. And we also create the refillable notebook that goes into that back pocket. We create different types of dividers for this and the other journal. We create some of the pockets like this one with the journaling card that goes inside them. We talk about how you can use the kit that comes with the course to create your planner. Now, the kit is available in two sizes. It comes in A4 and also US paper size. So you have the option to print either. We also talk about the binder mechanism, the issue with some of the paper sizes, and the book board that I use to construct the cover, and we discuss that in some housekeeping videos at the beginning of the course. I strongly recommend you actually watch those first before you start. There is also a list of materials and equipment you will need, and there is also a rough size guide. Now, you can vary this very slightly, bearing in mind it has to fit your binder mechanism and your paper. But there is a little bit about the sizing. Now, the two pieces of equipment that you actually do really need to do this course is you will need the binder mechanism, and I give you some information on how to search for that in the materials list, but you will also need the ability to punch a hole further into your cardstock, and I do give you a cheaper option, but obviously the Big Bite is perfect for this. Okay, so thanks again. I'm really excited. Let's get started. The first thing we need to talk about are the mechanisms for our planner junk journals. Now, I am going to add some links where you can purchase them from, and this is whether you are in the UK or the US. If you're in the US, you have slightly more options than if you're in the UK. The places these come from they deliver worldwide, so anybody can purchase these particular mechanisms. So these ones come from Etsy, these ones come from AliExpress. You can get these in numerous other places. It is just a case of searching online. Now, in the course, I'm going to be using these particular mechanisms, and they are 3 centimetre rings. Okay, so the gap from here to here is a 3 centimetre ring, and this gives us the option to make these a planner and a junk journal because you've got a lot more space in your ring to add pages. These particular ones, you can get these in different sizes and different colours. So this is the A5 mechanism, and this is a personal size mechanism, and these rings are only 2 centimetres. So with this particular one, you would have the choice of making a planner or a junk journal, or you could combine them, but you would have a lot less space to add extra pages. So that's why I like these 3 centimetre binder mechanisms. You can also get them on Amazon. They're slightly more expensive, but I will include obviously the links where you can purchase these particular mechanisms. So I'm just going to very quickly talk about the method of attaching. So with these particular ones, you only get the option of a Chicago screw. And to be honest, it is so easy to attach these. This is what I'm going to be working with in this course. These particular mechanisms, you get the option whether you purchase the mechanism with a rivet or with a Chicago screw, and I would recommend the screw unless you know what you're doing and you can attach rivets, but these are they're super easy to use. So that is what I wanted to say about the mechanisms. I'm just going to quickly show you what I've done with a personal size mechanism. If you would like to make the books, which we're going to make again at the end of the course, that's what I've used in these smaller books. These actually fit these personal size rings quite nicely. If you purchase these particular mechanisms, it is quite easy to go out and, you know, with your measure, make sure you've got a good enough height for your mechanism and width. But these particular books from the 1800s, I'll show you. I've shown you these at the beginning. These are really easy to attach these mechanisms to, and we're going to make one of those kind of towards the end of the course so I can show you that option. So there's just a couple of things to think about when you're purchasing your binder mechanisms. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the grey board or book board that I am using to create my planner journal. I'm not saying you have to go out and purchase this, because you can absolutely use the back of a paper pad. It's approximately the same as this. I've had a little look and compare, and they do look about the same. When you're buying book board or grey board, you'll see a measurement in microns, and microns is the thickness of your board. So I'm using 2 different thicknesses. There's no need for you to purchase 2 different boards. I'm doing this for ease because of the course. Now, I use 1000 micron board for my front and back cover. This is approximately 750 GSM. Approximately. It's going to vary depending on the density of the board that you purchase. Now, I use 1000 microns because I know my sewing machine will get through this. First, you don't have to sew, and second, you will know your sewing machine. You will know if it's capable of sewing through the board. Once you've got it in your hand and you feel it, you will know. Okay, so 1000 microns, that's what I use for my front and back cover, but it is very similar to the back of a paper pad, so you could use that. For the spine, I am using this particular board, which is almost 2000 microns. So you can see all it is basically is a double up of the 1000 microns. So you can just, if you don't want to purchase 2 different boards, you can glue 2 pieces of this together for your spine. It will give you the same rigidity that this book board would give you at 2000 microns. I hope that helps a little bit. I don't want you to overthink the board. Basically, you just need to make the spine thicker than the front and back covers. Now I just want to talk about the fabric that I'm going to use to create this kind of style that I like for my planner journal. So I use a fairly thick fabric, usually an upholstery fabric or a thick curtain fabric, usually old. And what I want to look for is that it's fairly thick and that it's going to fray, because it's that frayed edge that I'm going for, that tatty look. It does take some effort. It's not actually super simple just getting a really nice neat tatty edge, but we'll go through that as we go through the course. So I'm using this one, which is an upholstery fabric. So I'll be making one journal using this particular fabric, and I will be making another one using this fabric, which is again similar kind of properties. It will fray. It's a fairly thick fabric, and this one was a pair of curtains. So that's what I'm going to use for my cover, these thicker fabrics that will fray. And on the inside, I'm going to use canvas. This is an artist grade canvas. It's again easy to get hold of. This particular fabric, you can purchase this type of fabric new, you can buy it secondhand, cushion covers, old curtains. You're just looking for these thicker fabrics that will fray, and I am using some canvas. The reason I like canvas is because it's very sturdy. It's strong, and it won't show glue through as easy as some of the thinner cotton fabrics, but it's just really durable and perfect for this kind of project. So these are the fabrics I'm going to. I've just come to do this particular section to troubleshoot some of the issues we're going to have regarding paper sizes. The first thing I want to say is I have created the kit, the planner kit for this course in 2 sizes. It's available in A4 and it's available in US. If you can print full bleed, then I would recommend you do that, and you just have to cut your page down the centre. Your pages are going to be the same size as your junk journal pages and you're ready to go. If you can't, there's a couple of things that we need to talk about. In terms of the kit itself, this is just a badly printed page I'm using as an example. Both US and UK paper, you may have a border. Now that's going to cause some issues in terms of punching your holes for the kit. So I'm going to explain how we can overcome punching the holes for a page that's not exactly A4 or 21 centimetres this way. So let's have a look at the page sizes. An A4 page is 29.7 wide, which is 11 3/4 inches. US paper is 11 inches, so it's slightly shorter. That is not going to cause any issues whatsoever. The height, if we have our page this way, landscape, the height of our page in centimetres is 21 centimetres, and that is 8 1/4 inches. US paper is 8 1/2 inches. Now I've cut, I don't have any A4 US paper, but I've cut this to the height and you'll see that's the difference. That in itself is not going to cause any problems. It's still going to fit in your binder mechanism. The problem is going to come when you're punching your holes. That's where the problem lies. That is going to be the case with your planner pages and with your junk journal pages. It's going to also be the same if you're using a bordered print and you're using the A4 paper. And I'm going to show you examples of why and how we can overcome that. So we've got these 2 different widths of paper. I'm going to now show you the hole punch options you have. The cheapest is obviously going to be your 1 hole punch. I am providing a template, and as long as you print that at 100%, you're going to be able to use that as a guide to punch your holes. I have an example here. So if you've printed your template, this is not the template, but if you've got the template, you can line it up with the edge of your pages and you'll just be able to line your single hole punch up, and you'll be able to use that to punch your holes in the right place. You'll obviously take a little bit more time and do it much better than I've done there, but you know, that's how you can use the template. Now that's the hole punch option number 1. These are the 2 hole punches that I have. I used to use the single hole punch, but I purchased this one first and I wasn't happy with it, so I purchased this one. And these are relevant if you're using A5 planner rings. So this particular one, you do not have to turn your paper, and it's also suitable if you're using the US paper size. This one, you do have to turn your paper, and it is not suitable if you're using US paper size. I'm going to show you why. This particular one came from Lemont Artisan on Etsy. this is the box, so you could search it elsewhere if you wanted to purchase this particular punch, and I'm going to show you how it's going to work. So we've got our 2 paper heights. This is our A4, and I'm going to do that first. You've got a guide in here, and up here it says A5, so we've got that pushed into place at A5. Okay, it's very, very simple. You pop in your paper, you punch, your holes are going to be in the right place. Okay, they're going to line up perfectly with your rings. Now, this is our US paper size. If we do the same thing now, pop that in and punch, you can already see there's a much bigger gap at the bottom than there is at the top. Okay, so I'm going to remove the guide, take the guide out as far as you like. I would take a sample paper page and pop a little halfway mark in. I would use your halfway guide on your punch, slide your paper in and punch. Now, even though you're using US paper size, your holes are going to be perfectly spaced. Okay, so that's option number 1 if you're using US paper. The second option is to actually remove 1/4 of an inch of your page, which I wouldn't do. I would leave it and, you know, make the effort to do a template, fold that in half and use that halfway guide. So that's option number 1. Now, I'm going to show you what would happen. Apparently, Recollections also do an A5 planner punch for US paper. This one, which I've got to be honest, I don't really like. This, I'm going to go back to the A4 page first. Now, with this one, you would pull this guide out. It's quite a long way, but you'll pull that out to your A5. And again, this works perfectly if you're using A4 paper. You would pop in your page and punch. You have to flip it, put it in again and punch. And there we will have our lined up holes. Perfect. Now, if we're using this punch and our US paper, you will absolutely need to trim it, and I'll show you why. And I have tried and tried to get this punch to work and line up, and I can't do it, I'll be honest with you. It's so much fiddling about and trial and error. If we do it now, that's our US paper. If we fold those holes over, you can see just how far out they are. They are never going to fit in your planner. It's just not going to happen. Okay. So I certainly don't recommend this punch if you're using US paper size. So the next issue we're going to have is our kit. So I would recommend cutting it, making a guide, folding it in half, and then using this particular punch or a single hole punch. You can't cut this out and then use this punch. It will not work. You won't get your holes even. So I would recommend the punch that you do not have to turn your page, either this particular one or the Recollections one, or I would recommend using the template and the single hole punch. Because what you can do is once you've cut your page, once you've cut your planner page out, you'll be able to use your template and cut it to the same size as your planner pages, and then use that template to make your holes. And you know they're going to be even, you know they're going to fit in your planner. So that's just a few things that I kind of wanted to go through. I hope I've covered everything, and I hope it's clear that basically what I'm saying is I recommend a hole punch like this, where you do not have to turn your page and you can just make your center mark and slide it in. Or I would recommend the single hole punch. This certainly won't work if you're not using A4 paper or if you have to trim your planner pages. So I hope that's okay. Okay, this is my 1000 micron book board or grey board, ready to make the front and back cover and the spine. So this is an A3 sheet, and it's possible to make the cover for one out of this single sheet. So what I need to do is I need two pieces that are 23.5 by 19 centimetres or 9.25 by 7.48 inches. And if you're using American sizes, you can round up and down however you see fit, because obviously you understand your measurements. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, which I've already done once, I've lined up 23.5 with the edge of my board, and I'm going to make a little mark there. And I'm going to do the same this side. I would normally just line this up with the marks on my board. However, I can't get the whole thing in shot. There we go. I now have my two marks. You're not going to be able to see everything. I won't be able to get it all in shot, I'm afraid. But what I'm going to do is turn this sideways because it's much easier to cut in this direction. I'm going to take my ruler, line it up with my two marks. I'm going to take my rotary cutter and I'm going to cut that. Now you can use a craft knife, you can even use some strong scissors, would get through this particular board. Okay, so that's our height. I'm now going to mark for the width. I'm going to cut this slightly differently. Won't need to make two marks for this. Okay, so I now need my width 19 centimetres or 7.48 inches. So I'm going to make my mark 19 inches, 19 centimetres, sorry. This time I'm going to use the horizontal line on my board to line up my book board, and the mark I made I'm lining up with one of the vertical lines, and then I'll use my ruler to match those two lines like so, and then cut that. So that's my first cover. This time I'm just going to use this cover to make my mark. I'm going to line it up with the horizontal line and the mark I made with one of the vertical lines. Line the ruler up and then cut. Okay, so these now should be the same size for our front and back cover, and we have these two pieces for our spine. Now our this is going to be the right, we know this is the right height because we cut it across, and we should find, we need it 4 centimetres. We should find this is actually 4 centimetres. Perfect. So that is one spine piece. If you are using the board, you can just line this up. A little dent in that corner, so I'm going to spin that over. I'm just going to literally go around that and use this cut our second spine piece out. And then, personally, I would use my Fabri-Tac glue. And give this a really good coat, making sure you go right to the edges You can of course use any glue you like. I find Fabri-Tac won't warp the grey board, and Fabri-Tac is proven to be quite reliable, so I'm giving that a good glue, and then I'm going to line up my 2 spine pieces. Of course I was going to use my thicker grey board, but I just wanted to show that you can get all of the pieces you need out of that one A3 sheet. So now we have our thicker spine piece and our 2 covers, and that is that section done. We're now going to cover our book board. Now the fabric, these sizes are the exact size once they've been trimmed. Okay, so what I do, because I want to make sure I've got enough, plus I use some of the offcuts. What I do is I just lay my cover out and roughly cut out a piece of fabric for my cover. Once this is cut down, this is the outside, so it's going to be 25 centimetres by 44 centimetres. Okay, you can cut it in advance. I prefer to cut it afterwards, and then I know I've got the right amount and it's going to fit and everything's going to be fine. So this is one that I'm going to be doing, but right now we're going to do this one. So that's the outside of the fabric, it's quite pretty, and this is the inside. So I'm going to show you how I do that. Now this is a piece of the thicker book board that I cut for the spine on this one. The first thing I'm going to do is the centerpiece is the first piece I'm going to lay, and I just want to line this up. I want to keep as much of the spare fabric as I can. I do this by eye. So I'm just going to lay my boards in place and take the spine piece. That's the wrong Fabri-Tac. I've opened a new one. Okay, so again I use Fabri-Tac because it is fabric that I'm gluing. You can use a fabric glue, of course, or a PVA or any glue that you're happy to use, but with this spine piece we need to make sure we're right at the very edge, because we don't want our fabric to lift away. Fabri-Tac is a glue that I use because I know I can rely on it, but we all have a favourite glue and a glue that we know works really well, and a glue that you are kind of confident in working with. The other thing I like about Fabri-Tac is it doesn't warp the book board, it doesn't warp paper. You have a very, very short time for wiggle room. It dries well. I know I can put this through my sewing machine. Right, okay. Now I'm going to just place that down roughly where I want that to go. Just going to take those off for a second. I'm going to flip that over and just rub it from this side. Okay, so that is well and truly in place. Now I'm going to move on to the covers. Now I've used this in the past, but I can't find the packet. It's a pretty good double-sided tape. I'm going to use score tape for this, and I'm using a 1-inch score tape. The reason being, I couldn't actually get this from my usual supplier. They only had the thinner tape, so I bought the score tape. Now I'm going to lay score tape onto my cover, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I have a little bit of room at the top and the side and the bottom so I can sew, because I don't like to sew through this double-sided tape. It's not particularly good for my sewing machine, so I don't put it right to the edge. I do back this up with Fabri-Tac, and this is great for these thicker fabrics, this kind of tape that gives you a nice flat fabric, and it is nice and strong, and then the Fabri-Tac will kind of ensure the fabric doesn't come away from your cover. Okay, so I lay my double-sided tape down, and then I'm going to give this a really good burnish just to make sure that tape is really adhered to my cover. And if you're using a 1-inch tape, as you can see, you'll get 6 strips across your cover. Okay, so I just need my pokey tool. Some people will use a knife for this. I tend to like my pokey tool, and I start from the inside and just lift it, move across. The reason is, if I've taken this off first, my hand is now kind of resting on that, which is not ideal. Just throwing these out of my way. Okay, and now going back to my Fabri-Tac, and I'm going to make sure I get nice and close to the edge of this board. This is it's hiccuping a little bit. It's not coming out yet nice and smoothly because it's a new bottle. Okay, and now I'm just filling in those gaps where the tape hasn't hit, where the tape is not attached to the book board. Doesn't matter if your tape overlaps your tape at all. It doesn't matter if the glue overlaps your tape at all. And I'm just going to go down those creases in between the tape. Sorry, it's actually making my hand hurt. It's quite difficult to squeeze this glue for some reason. Usually when it's new, it does come out really quite nicely, but not so much because I'm filming, obviously. Okay, I think that's sufficient. Now I'm just going to leave a couple of millimeters gap. I'm just going to move that piece of fabric out of the way. Just a couple of millimeters, not a huge gap. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be fairly close. That's pretty good. Okay, so I'm just going to take that piece off. I'm going to turn this over, and again I'm going to rub from the back. I really should invest in a proper bone folder. This is one that came with one of the We Are Memory Keeper tools. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to force that crease in there. It's not anything that's essential. It just makes that kind of a nice crease. There we go. So that one is on. Now I'm going to do exactly the same with the other side, but I'll speed this one up so you don't have to watch me work as slowly. So we're all covered. Our fabric is attached. Now I do this by eye. There are two ways to do it. You can put your ruler down and use a craft knife, or you can just use your scissors. I tend to do this by eye. So I want approximately 1/2 centimetre all the way around, which I suppose is between, you know, maybe just bigger than 1/4 of an inch. So what I'm going to do is just take my scissors, take my time, and just slowly trim around the edge, leaving that bit of an overlap. And this is extremely important to get the frayed look that we want, and also to give us that extra edge to sew or to glue if you're not sewing. Excuse me. It is worth taking your time over this bit. Okay. Now, before we can move on to starting the closure, which we do need to do at this stage, I'm just going to give that Fabri-Tac a little bit of time to dry. This is going to be a perfect piece to decorate the inside, so I'm going to keep those pieces. So the reason I always make more than one when I'm doing something like this, especially a course, is because if I make an error, I need to be able to film again correctly. So this is the second journal, and I'm going to show you the closure using this particular one because I forgot to take into account the size of my button. Now I'm taking my center ruler and I'm just going to find the center of this. Okay, now for this particular closure, you need a button with a shank. Okay, let me show you this one. You can use any button with a shank, but you do need to check it's going to fit. And what you also need to check is once your button is in place, you've still got room to run your sewing machine down, which is not what I did. So I've changed the button on my previous journal, and we're now going to start this one from scratch. Actually, I'm going to just take this off here so I can do exactly that. So this is the button I'm going to use. Have this particular shank. We will double check it fits before we fix it in place. But this particular button is quite wide. So what I want to do is make sure I can get my sewing machine down here because we do need to sew after the closure is in place. Now with a smaller button, something like this one, for example, this vintage one, you could kind of put it fairly close to the edge. Let's see, I'd say that's about an inch. Yeah, that's about an inch in. So I'm going to go a little bit further than that this time, and I'm actually going to use my button as a guide. Okay, so I'm just going to grab my pen, find the center. It's roughly there. Okay. The edge of my button is about here. want it somewhere along here. I think that's going to be roughly an inch. No, that's still an inch. That's still not going to be enough. So I'm going to bring it in a little bit further. I'm going to say I'm going to need this about 1.5 inches, I think. So I'm going to need it about there. That's going to be my hole. Maybe not quite, maybe 1.25 inches. Right, so I want my hole somewhere around here, and I want it in the centre. So I'm going to put my cross about there. Just double checking this because it didn't look quite right to me. No, needs to be a little bit further over. Okay, it's worth taking your time to get this right because it is going to affect how your journal and your planner looks when you're done. Okay, you do need a way, if you're using this closure, you do need a way of setting an eyelet and making your hole. So I'm using my big bite, and I'm going to use the 3/16 hole. I'm going to line that up and make my hole. Now you will get a little bit of fabric here, so I'm just going to take my tiny scissors and just trim that off. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to be tidy enough to get your eyelet in. Quite difficult to see now. It's getting a little bit darker here. Okay, I think that's good. I think that's good. So I'm now going to change this to eyelet setter. I'm going to move this round. I'm using these eyelets from Draper rather than a more expensive one because this is not going to be seen. And they are pretty good eyelets actually. So just going to pop that into place. Now I know I'm going to have plenty of room to get my sewing machine through there. Just set that eyelet. That's now set. Okay, so that's part one of this. I'm sorry I keep turning this backwards and forwards, I'm just double checking. The next thing you're going to need is one of these larger eyelets. Now these are an 8mm eyelet. This part of the closure, the idea came from Sue Olsen. I have made variations to the method, but this is going to go upside down onto your eyelet like so. Now I use Fabri-Tac for this, and I apply the glue to the journal cover. So the first thing I'm going to do is just put my Fabri-Tac around my hole. I'm going to pop the eyelet over the top, and this eyelet has plenty of room. Okay, and I'm just going to leave that for a good 20 minutes to dry. So this has had quite a long time and is pretty sturdy now. So I'm going to use this button with the shank. I just wanted to show you what you need to do is just double check whatever button you're using is going to fit inside of your eyelet. If not, you may have to kind of play about to find a button that will fit. I'm going to use this one because I know it's okay. I'm going to be using wire for this. You can use a nice thick thread, it would work, or you could use a paper clip which is slightly thicker than this wire. This is, I think, 0.8mm wire. You want it fairly straight. The ends that are a little bit curled, I'm just going to snip those off. Okay, so I'm just going to roughly fold this, put a little bend halfway like that, and I'm going to thread it through the shank of my button, and I'm just going to pinch that fairly closed. I don't want it completely closed because I need it thin enough to get through the eyelet, but I do want to open it up once it's through. So you've got something like so. Now this bit is optional. It doesn't matter if you've got a bit of wiggle in your button, and it may be your Fabri-Tac won't stick. If I show you this one has worked and it's quite sturdy. This metal button didn't actually stick with the previous journal I did, but I'm going to try it again because I'm doing this slightly different to the last one. I'm just going to pop a little bit of Fabri-Tac around the edge of this button. You could also use, actually, which I should have used and probably would work better, and that's glossy accents. But I'm just going to poke the edges of my wire through that hole, pull that button shank through, and I want this wire in this direction because I want to open this up a bit like you would a brad. Okay, so I've got the shank of my button just showing through that hole there, and I'm going to open that wire out, bend that as flat as I can, and then I'm just going to leave that for quite a while to dry before I try and do anything. And like I said, that may well hold it, it might not, we'll see. So that seemed to have done the trick, just adding a small amount of Fabri-Tac on there. What I also did was just put a tiny little bit of Fabri-Tac into the hole, and that does seem to have sturdied that quite a bit. So what I'm going to do is just kind of close my cover, and on the back just put a little line in line with my post. I've got some seam binding here that I have dyed with some distress ink, so I'm just folding this into quarters, and this is the quarter mark. It doesn't have to be perfect, you just need to make sure you've got enough of this. So I've got my ends there. I'm gonna pop on, I can open my Fabri-Tac, I think I've glued, there we go. I think I glued that shut slightly. I'm just going to put a line of glue here. This is just temporary because obviously this is going to be sewn. I'm just going to put the ends on that glue. Okay, so if you want to do a pen loop, that's the next thing we need to do before we can do the inside cover. But as you can see, this will tie around our post. Okay, so to start off the pen loop, I'm going to use this canvas. I'm not going to be too particular with measuring, but I want this the canvas about 1.5 inches wide, which is let's have a look. In terms of centimetres, it's roughly 4 centimetres. I'm just going to tear that. Okay, now I want a strip of the matching fabric to add the pen loop. I'm not putting a pen loop on the green one because I already have a green one with a pen loop, and I don't want another one. Okay, so that's our green piece. I think I'd prefer this red end, and it's not too far short of the size we need. I'm just going to trim a little bit off here. I know that's going to be plenty long enough. Okay, just going to trim that. This is still going to be a lot longer than we actually need, but it's just going to kind of start us off. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, actually I'll do it on the back of the patterned fabric. I'm just going to do a little squiggle of Fabri-Tac and stick that into place. Now we want to keep this fairly short because we don't want it to bulk out the inside cover too much. Okay, so let's say this is the pen, the rough size of the pen we want. I'm going to bring in my cover. I think the pen loop should go roughly here. So what I'm going to do is just line that up with where I want it to go. I'm going to pop some glue here and stick that into place. It's quite bulky, as you can probably see. I'm just going to lay my pen down and fold that fabric over, and I'm going to trim that a little bit. Now actually, while this is still wet, what I think I might do is just take off a little bit extra of that patterned fabric. We want to make sure we're going to catch that with the stitch, but we don't want it too bulky. So I'm going to leave my pen in place. I'm just going to add a bit more glue here, and then I'm just going to fold that over into place. And it's as simple as that to create your pen loop. And then we will obviously put a layer of fabric over here. We will stitch along that piece. So that's going to need time to dry, but you'll see when we close it, we'll have the pen loop and we'll have our closure. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is cover the inside of our planner. So I apologise for the shadows. I've had to turn the light on. Now I have roughly cut a piece of canvas to cover the inside of the journal. I'm doing this one because we've got the pen loop, so this is the more complicated one to cover. I've got my double-sided tape and my Fabri-Tac again. Now this time I'm just going to put the double-sided tape on. I'll just pop some music on and speed this up. So you'll notice I haven't done here or here. So the first thing is I don't want to use the double-sided tape over this fabric because it's going to be holding fabric on fabric. So I really want to use Fabri-Tac here. And also I want to make sure this is held down with Fabri-Tac and it's nice and secure. I don't want to risk the tape being lifted up by the wire. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop a little piece of the double-sided tape here and a small piece here, but I'm going to rely on Fabri-Tac for those pieces in between. It's easy to, this side of the journal, it's easy to push down. This side you've got your button under there, so it's a little bit more difficult. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to see if I've got enough room, and I haven't. So I'm going to cut a piece of tape. This is a little bit fiddly. Cut a piece of tape roughly to the right width, and I'm going to cut a smaller piece of this tape. It's probably a lot easier to use a craft knife than it is to try and use a pair of scissors. And if you have thinner tape, by all means, that would be ideal. Okay. I'm going to put this fairly close. There we go. That's fine for what I need. It's not holding that wire down at all. Okay, just going to remove that piece. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually glue my spine. I'm going to move that aside. I'm going to bring in my piece of canvas and make sure I don't have any pieces of stray fabric on there. That's going to possibly show through. Those tiny little pieces off. Okay, so I'm going to bring this in, and I'm going to start by just gluing that spine, and I want to do the same as I did on the other side and make sure I get really close to those edges. I'm just going to flip this over, make sure it's lined up, and I've got fabric all the way around the edge. Pop that down, flip it back over so I can just push this spine piece of fabric down nicely. Okay, so that's the first piece done. Now I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to follow the same steps that I did on the other side. On the front, I'm going to remove these strips, add my Fabri-Tac, and then I'm going to close this and make sure I pay attention to these pieces here. And we also want to make sure our closure is well out of the way. So I'm just going to put some music on and speed this step up. The one thing that I am going to do, and this is extremely important if you're not going to be sewing, is I'm just going to run a bead of glue around the edge of my book board. Okay, so I'm just going to slowly move from the inside to the outside of the cover. Make sure I'm pushing down really well over this closure and the pen loop. like I said, you do get a bit of a lump if you're putting in a pen loop, but you could swap this out for a thinner fabric if you prefer, or not include a pen loop. I'm not using a pen loop on many of the journals that I'm making. So now I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side. I'm going to pay particular attention when I add my Fabri-Tac here. What I am going to do is be holding this up when I'm pushing down the fabric, because we have got our button. So I'm just going to get on with this and speed it up for you. Okay, so I'm going to start off just gently pushing, not too forcefully over this side. I'm just going to smooth this out, and then I'm going to flip it so I can continue pushing on this side. I'm going to get my bone folder under there. Just going to make sure that's just going to push down on those corners. Haven't done the spine. There is I can do that still, but I'm going to leave this for a bit until I know it's dry. Okay, I'm just going to flip that over and double check. Obviously this has to dry still. Okay, so that's pretty much good to go. Now, where we have our wire under here, that is going to get covered up with our pocket. So what we now need to do, now I personally would leave this to dry for a little bit longer, but I want to make sure this is done and can dry overnight so tomorrow we can sew. Now what I'm going to do is again leave about the same amount of gap, 1/2 centimetre, just over 1/4 inch, and I'm going to cut around the fabric. We have to be extremely careful when we get to the end with the closure. Again, if you prefer, you can absolutely use a craft knife and a ruler to do this bit. Okay, now we have to be super careful. Just straighten that up a little bit. And the last long edge. There we go. So the last thing I will do is just lift up this piece near the spine and actually just double check that you can't see any of the book board along there, and if you can, just run a little bead of glue along there just to hold these pieces of fabric together, especially if you're not sewing. This is super important if you're not sewing your journal. be fine. So I'm just going to go around the rest to make sure that's fine. And we've just got this spine piece here to do. That's stuck. That's stuck everywhere else, so that's great. Just a little tiny bit in that corner. So that's basically our cover, good to go, until we can just sew round there. I'm just going to double check I've got enough glue around here. That seems to be fine. Okay, so we're going to have a long pocket down this side. We'll have a square pocket here with a notebook in, but here is our cover almost. Our two covers have been drying overnight and just left to rest. The buttons are very sturdy, so I'm really happy with how they came out. I have done another double check all the way round to make sure, you know, we've got fabric is stuck to fabric and they're all good, they're all fine. So you do need to do that. There's two reasons why. Firstly, because if you're not going to sew, you want to make sure you haven't got any of that cardstock edging showing through, and you also want to make sure it's nice and sturdy. The second reason is this one I've done, which I shouldn't have done. I don't usually do it until after I've sewn, but I've made sure I've frayed all of my edges. Now, the glue is going to stop that fraying occurring too low down. You know, it's going to fix the fabric in place. So when you pull your thread, they're only going to come a certain amount of way before you can kind of trim those off, and they're not going to keep fraying. So you're getting that tatty look, but it's a neat tatty look. It's not going to kind of overstep the mark, if you like. So this one, for example, that will come all the way out, but some of them you'll pull and they won't pull any further, and you don't want to force them. That's when you can kind of snip them off and you'll get that neat edge. So we're now going to sew around our covers, and I'm going to film that, but I will do it in, I will speed it up and put music on because the sewing machine is really loud, especially when I have the camera so close to the sewing machine. Now, there's a couple of things I just want to talk about when we're sewing. So I sew all of the way around. On some of them I have stitched down here, but there's not really a lot of room in the sewing machine here, and this I do have to bend this cover slightly, and I don't really want to do that on any more of them. I've done it on a couple of my trials, but I'm not going to do it anymore. You have to know your sewing machine, whether it's going to cope with going through this grey board. I know mine is fine. Now what I do is I put in a jean or a denim needle. So I have a large needle in my machine to sew around this material, this cardstock, if you like. You do need to sew quite slowly because it is going through a thicker substance. You have to go extremely slowly when you're going through the thicker cardstock, the thicker bookboard for the spine, and you also have to go really slowly when you're going over your pen loop, because you've got a really thick piece of material here. You know, you're asking a lot of your sewing machine. I know mine can cope with this. I know my sewing machine will go through. If you're unsure, what I would do is get yourself a piece of the grey board, a scrap piece of the grey board, add a couple of pieces of fabric to that and have a trial, just stitch through. Definitely use a larger needle. If you get into any bother in terms of your stitches wrinkling or, you know, knotting up at the back, then the first thing I always do if that occurs is I rethread my whole sewing machine and I put a new needle in. If this happens and you're using a smaller needle, I think that's probably going to be your problem if your sewing machine is capable of getting through something as thick as this. I mean, you can feel the back of a book, of a paper pad, you know, they're not too thick, that it's not, you know, it's not really, really thick. And some denim fabrics, when you're doing your seams, it's thicker than this. So I know my machine will cope with this. And it's entirely up to you whether you sew or not. I think they look perfectly fine without the sewing. That is, to me, is a perfectly acceptable journal cover. So I'm going to get out the sewing machine and I will be right back. Okay, so I always start to sew on the bottom back corner and sew around. I'm going to obviously speed this up and put some music on because it's a very repetitive process. I am using a zigzag stitch at 2.5. I slow down quite significantly when I get to the pen loop and when I get to the spine piece. And also you have to take care when you're going past your button. Make sure you've got your seam binding or your ribbon or whatever it is you use out of the way as you sew past your closure, because you don't want to be sewing this under your cover or anything like that. So what I do is, depending on how close you want to sew to the edge, I actually use the edge of my foot against the edge of the fabric. I will slow down when I get to the first corner to show you what I do when I get there, but let's just sew this first edge. Okay, I stop at the corner on the left hand side, so the needle is on the left of the zigzag, and I leave the needle in. I lift the foot, spin the journal around, and then drop the foot again. If I'm not lined up, what I do is I lift the needle, lift the foot a really small amount, and just slide my journal across and drop that foot again, and then I continue sewing. This is why you have to ensure you measure your button correctly, because obviously you have a little piece on the back of your foot. You need to make sure your button is going to go through that. And I'll show you the other one I did where it didn't quite work out. So my machine doesn't do a back stitch for zigzag, so what I do is I just turn the corner and just overlap my stitches by a few stitches. And there we are done. So both of the journals are now sewn. It's quite difficult to see the stitching on this one. I have used a green thread. You can see it on the inside, obviously. So that one is fine. I'm very happy with that. This one I am very happy with, but this was the one where I actually put the button closure too close to the edge, and you will see what I was talking about when I said the foot, it kind of skipped around that button slightly. I'm happy with that. This is a handmade journal. The stitching is perfectly strong enough. It hasn't, the stitching is not damaged in any way. The inside is going to be covered up with a pocket anyway. And I don't mind this outside wiggly stitching at all. So the covers are now pretty much done. I do something to the ends of the seam binding, but I will do that in a bit and show you how I do that. And also I have to cut this loop, but I'll do that when I'm ready to stop the ends from fraying of the seam binding. So the next step, or the next section, is creating the pockets for the inside and actually attaching our mechanism. So that will be the next section. I will see you then. Okay, so to make the pockets, what I did was just make myself a couple of very rough templates for the pocket for the front and the back cover. So these are the measurements for my front pocket. And these are the measurements for my back pocket. Now I will add these to your guide if you prefer this pocket method. So what we need to do now is cut those out of our canvas. And I don't do this in a very technical way because, you know, we're looking for this tatty look, or I'm looking for a tatty look. Now what I'm going to do is bring in my ruler and use my rotary cutter, and I'm just literally going to roughly cut around this template. Like I said, I'm not looking for perfection in any way when I make these. I do like it's kind of me, I just like that tattiness about them. Okay. And you'll be able to use, if you're making more than one, of course, once you've got these little templates, you'll be able to use them every time. I'm not putting these templates in the kit because you might decide you want your pockets different sizes. You might decide that you are making a smaller planner. You might decide you're not putting pockets in. You may only make the book version. Okay. Easy peasy. That's our two pocket pieces ready to go. Now, I have. I think we're doing this one. We're doing this one. So these are the scraps that were left from when I cut the cover. I do still have other scraps of this fabric, but this was what was left when I cut the cover. That's not far off being straight, that one. Kind of want it here. So all I'm going to do is line that up roughly and just cut roughly to length, and I'm just going to straighten this off a little bit. So I'm using the lines on my board, and I'm just going to do this by eye to straighten that last edge. I'm not worried about perfection. I'm going to be fraying this. Okay, now I know it's not straight at the edges, so I'm going to line it up and turn that over, and I'm just going to trim that edge in the same way. Okay, so that's kind of almost done for the first pocket. And this one, let's see what we have. Again, I'm going to kind of line that up. I'm going to do all of this using my ruler and knife. I'm just going to trim that and trim this. If we're spending too much time worrying about measuring and you know, making things difficult for ourselves, it kind of doesn't become as much fun, I don't think. And I've made quite a few of these now, and I know this method is going to work. So those are my two pockets. All I need to do now is sew them. Unfortunately, the tripod moved when I sewed these particular pieces, so I'm going to sew these two and just show you basically how I attach these. So the first thing I do is just add a really small amount of fabric tack to the center of this fabric. I'm going to sew immediately, so I'm not going to add a load of glue, and I'm not going to the edge. I'm just gluing a little bit down the middle of that, and I'm just going to pop this in place. Okay, and I'm going to do the same with this piece. And just pop that in place too. Now I do all of the fraying at the end after it's all sewn. So the first thing I do is sew along the bottom of my pocket trim. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to sew them both together. So as that one feeds through, I'm going to then feed this one through my machine. Obviously I'll turn the sound off for this, and I know it's not a perfect view, but you will be able to tell what I'm doing. I have the sewing machine on that 2.5 zigzag stitch again. So that's as simple as that. Okay, so I'm just going to cut these apart. And now I'm going to sew this one on camera, but I'm not going to sew this one because I do exactly the same. What I now do is sew around the edge, and I start from a bottom corner because I like the trim hanging off once I've got that into the journal. And again, I always line the edge of my foot up with the edge of my fabric. So this one is now done. I'll do the other one and then we'll come back to glue them in our journal. Okay, so our pockets are sewn. We're ready to glue them in. I'm going to do this one. Now, the first thing I would do is, I'm not going to do this all on camera because it is a little bit tedious, is I'm just going to start fraying my edges. Now, we haven't glued too far. We've only glued the centre of this, so we're not going to have anything to kind of stop that fraying like we did with the actual cover, but that's fine because, you know, they're not going to get a lot of pulling about, these pockets, so they're not going to continue to fray. They would stop once they got to the stitching, so but I would, you know, fray each of these pieces like so and just trim off some of those edges. And obviously I usually spend quite a lot more time doing this. I just use my nail, but you could use the other way to kind of get this frayed edges, to just use your if I pull this down slightly, you could use your pokey tool and just pull out a couple of the stitches and then pull them, you know, as far as you would like to pull them, and then trim off any pieces that you don't want to have hanging around. Okay. So that's basically what I do, but I'm going to continue to do this once they're in the book. Obviously the bottom is already looking rather lovely because that was the frayed edge of the fabric to start with. It's a bit addictive once you start. It's very hard to stop. There we go. That will do for now. So of course we are gluing fabric on fabric, so you do need some kind of fabric glue to do this. I use Fabri-Tac, and we're just going to glue this into place. Now we have a lot of cotton, a lot of cotton. Let's get rid of that. Right, so what I do is I start by sewing, sorry, more cotton. I glue along the stitching that I've made. I do add quite a bit of glue, and I also go just over the stitching towards the outside of the pocket. That way it will stop fraying, not from the top obviously because we don't add glue there. This is a rather tough Fabri-Tac, this new one that I'm using today. Or it's the only one I have, so I don't have any option at the moment. I don't know if it's because the weather's got cold, but I do find Fabri-Tac can be quite temperamental. So I just want to make sure I've got a good amount, because this is going to hold things. It's not just a decorative pocket. It is a useful pocket. Okay, I think I have enough there. So I'm going to flip my pocket. And this is going to take a little while to dry to make it really sturdy. So we don't want to be pulling it about until we know it's nice and dry. Okay, I'm just going to spin this round because this is the pocket to add here. Just get these fabric pieces off. Going to give this a good shake before I try and glue. Okay, and exactly the same process along the stitching, and then just a little bit either side to give that a really good chance of staying in place. I've never had any problems with the Fabri-Tac. And obviously whatever fabric glue you're happy with. Now again, don't forget you've got your button, so don't push too hard against the cover. Once that's in place, I'm going to flip and push down from the outside. So that is both of our pockets in place and ready to go. Now, one of the other things I have been doing is inking, just inking around all the edges, which I'm not going to do that on camera because you all know how to ink and you've probably watched me do it a million times, but that is something that I do around the edge of that linen fabric. So there we go. The next step is going to be to add our ring binder mechanism. So this is the exciting and final part of putting the cover together, and that's to add our mechanism. So you're going to need your journal, you're going to need your mechanism, you'll need a ruler, a flathead screwdriver. I use a mechanical pencil because you need something that's going to go through this hole and it's quite tight, and you will need your hole punch. You know, that to make the holes. Okay, so step one, I'm just going to move these out of the way. So the first thing you can do is find the center and draw a line. Now you can use your center ruler or you can measure. I mean, we have 4 centimeters. So what you can do is do a little. You don't want to do this so it comes above or below your mechanism, but the pencil line is not going to show. You can do a little mark at there, the 2 centimeters, and a little mark down here at 2 centimeters. check that by eye, and then you can draw your line. And then what you would do is look for your line in your holes. I have done a few like that, and I find the best way to do it is by eye. But let's draw a line if this is how you would like to do it. So I would then draw a line lining up those two, and then I would look through my hole to make sure my line is visible. Now what I do is feel the top and the bottom of my cover and make sure I have this over the spine, because obviously we've got quite a lot of fabric here. You know, we don't want it outside of that fabric, and we want it fairly even. So I line it up, make sure I can see the line through both holes, make the pencil lead as long as possible, hold this in place, double checking you've got everything lined up. This is worth taking your time over. And then I'll draw a little circle inside my hole. Okay, so you can see I've got the line going through both of my circles. Then on the 3/16 hole of my big bite, I'm just going to move it the other side for a minute. Okay, line it up, and again take your time, make sure you get this as straight as you possibly can, and I really would take my time over this. Once you're satisfied, you can punch your hole. It's going to take a bit of effort. This is not a thin piece that we are going through. And then obviously the same on the other side. I'm happy with that. And then we punch our hole. Okay, now just grab my little scissors, spin this over, because we're going to have this same issue. Sometimes it pops out nicely like that. I'm just trimming off these little pieces of cotton from the hole. But you want to make sure you've got a nice tight fit for that screw. Okay, now what I do, because we're not fitting an eyelet, okay, so what I do is I use this glue because it's got a nice thin nib. You don't have to use this glue, but what I do is just put a tiny dab of glue around that hole, so that's not going to fray outside of my my screw. Probably not necessary, but it is what I do. So you then need the flat backs, and you pop those in, and then turn this over so you've got them sticking out of your holes. Okay, the mechanism then slots over those screws like so. And then you will pop in the screw head on the other side. So I I loosely do this screw up. Okay. It's so exciting. This bit comes together so quickly. These are so easy to install, these binder mechanisms. Okay. Once it's in place, I'll just lift it and hold, put my finger over that back piece and just tighten that screw. Okay, and then for the same the other side. Now the first one I did took a lot longer to just make sure I was level, but I've installed quite a few of these now. So Let's just lift that camera slightly. There you can see both of those screws. Let's turn it this way. That would be easier, wouldn't it? We've got those nice and level, and the binder mechanism is nicely in there, and you can see. There we go. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to sort this last little piece out of our binder, and I still haven't finished fraying the outside of this one yet, so there's going to be threads keep coming off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just stretch out that middle one that's still folded, and I'm going to cut that, just cut that like this, and then I'm going to get, I've got a tile, but any kind of surface that will stick, that's fine. And what I do is, I've done this with Fabri-Tac as well, it works just as well. I'm gonna, where are my nice little scissors? Just gonna trim that flat, give that a trim so it's straight. I put a little bit of my glossy accents down, and I just rub my finger over that and then over the edge of my seam binding. Okay, and that does stop it from fraying. Just take that little one off that's already there. It just gives it a little bit of a better edge, and if you're worried you can just dab a little bit more on there. But like I said, I've used Fabri-Tac for this, it works perfectly. Okay, so that's one. Just cut that one. Actually, I should do it on the towel really rather than use my fingers. Obviously, if you're worried about doing this directly, you could use some gloves or a cotton bud, although that's probably going to stick to your glossy accents. And because it's so thin, it really doesn't take much time at all to dry. Let's put that. Okay, a tiny bit more on there. Okay, and then my last edge, perfect, and then I'll just wipe that with a baby wipe to get the excess off. Lid back on there, and like I said, those first ones are already dry, so I don't mind these fraying, but you know, some people might not like that, so it's worth using a little bit of glue just to kind of seal that end off. So I just tie a loop like so, and then that will hang over my closure, and like I said, it will stay in place a lot easier once it's got the pages in and it's bulked out like so. Okay, but that's our cover, and it's now ready to add our pages. So I'm now preparing the pages for my planner and my junk journal. I'm going to talk about the printable pages first of all. Now, most of these are obviously planner pages, so I'm just going to put these aside and show you step by step what I've done in case you would like to follow the same pattern. There are so many planner pages in the kit, you can literally pick and choose how you create your planner. I have printed full bleed on A4 paper, so when we're talking about paper sizes, you can refer back to the troubleshooting section. So on this particular, this is going to be my first page, or the first pages in my planner. So I've printed the notes page on the first side, and on the other side I have printed the year plan. I thought that was a good way to start my planner, and they will go in to the planner like so. I'm going to cut these and punch the holes later. The second part of my planner is going to be my monthly. Now I'm going to have the full 12 months. However, because of how I've printed, there are actually 13. So I'm going to show you what I did. To make sure you have enough, I have printed one of the month plans on 7 sheets. Okay, and they're all the same. And then what I've done is on 6 of the pages, on the reverse, I have printed the other month plan. Now that means, that's in the wrong place. That means that you're going to have a variation when it's in the planner. Okay. So you're going to have 2 different planners, but they do work so well together, you hardly notice that they're different. If I turn them over, you can just about make out they are different, but they are so similar. The layout of the pages are identical. Okay, so 7 of one, 6 of the other, and that's the first section. And then on the 7th page I have printed the plan, the review. Okay, so this will be at the front of my month plan, and it's the year plan. Okay, and then on the back, so at the end of the 12 months, there's the year in review. So I hope that makes sense. It may make a bit more sense once they're kind of in the planner. If you imagine them, they're going to be like this. So they will be, you know, you're going to have your 12 months, and then at the back of the 12 months you'll have your review. So I have printed those, and then finally on this page I have printed the notes page. So there will be a notes page at the front and the back, because again, don't forget, these will be in the planner like so. And then what I have done is I have done 2 months of week. So there are the 2 different types. I've printed one on so what have I got, 1 2 3 4 5. So I've printed one page 5 times, and then I've printed the other one on the back 4 times, and then on the final one I have printed the notes pages. Okay, so there are also labels and things, so if you don't want this to say notes, you could change this by sticking one of those little labels over the top. We may well do that. So that's the 3rd section. The last prints I have done are a digital kit. Now I have printed just 3 pages of a digital kit. You don't have to print any digital kit pages if you don't want to. I've just decided I would like a digital kit in my junk journal section. So I've printed 3 pages, because once these are cut in half, you're actually going to have 6 pages dotted through the planner or the junk journal. What I've then done is printed a page from a plainer kit on the back of each one. Okay, so that's what I've done for the digitals for my planner stroke junk journal. Okay, I'm now going to cut all of my pages in half. I will speed it up so you don't have to watch everything. One of the things that I really dislike about this paper cutter is the fact that if you're using A4 paper, the 15 centimetres or 15 point whatever it is centimetres is actually hidden in this area. So I have to use this second crease to know where my halfway is. So they are my first pages, and they are going to go in the planner like so. So what I'll do is I'll turn those upside down and put those in place so I know exactly how my planner is going to go. Next off we have the monthly planner. So these are my pages in order, already cut. So as you can see, they will flow quite nicely in my planner. What I also did was just printed a couple of the notes pages, and I'll just put a couple of notes pages in each of the two that we are making. Okay, I'm now going to punch the holes in my planner. I have my punch set to A5 because they were full bleed pages, so they are exactly A5. Now, whatever method you use to punch your holes, do take your time, because if you don't punch them correctly, you've wasted your print. So I'm going to punch these. So I now have two planners printed, cut and punched, ready for my planner. I'm not going to put them in just yet because there's still some more work to do. So I'm just going to pop these inside so I know where they are. Okay, I've gone ahead and cut my pages, and the reason I've done that is because some of us will be using UK paper size, some of us will be using US paper size. So I have 15 sheets, which has given me 30 pages of tea stained paper. If you're not tea staining, you can add a lot more. It's just quite bulky, and 30 pages is about enough. So that's 15 sheets cut into half and punched. And again, you can refer to the troubleshooting section of paper sizes if you're not using A4 paper. I have then gone ahead and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 book pages at the moment. I may add more later, but I need to work out whether I have enough room. Okay, and then I have cut out my digital kit, or the three pages, which makes 6 pages of the digital kit that I want to use in this journal. And like I said, you can add more book pages instead of digital kit. You don't have to use this at all. You can add more tea stain paper or plain paper if you prefer. Your choice of paper is entirely up to you. So this is what I have. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just do some decorating and things on these pages where we've got the words before we kind of get them prepped ready for our junk journal. So I've got my pages. These are the book pages that I want to use in my planner journal. So I'm just going to move those aside and look at this one first. Basically, there's quite a lot of text on the back here that I'm not really interested in keeping. So I've found just a few sheets of tea-dyed paper. And what I'm going to do is just work out how I can cover these with some paper that can be used for journaling. So this one I'm going to use some tea stain paper, and I'm going to tear the edges. I'm going to do the width first, and I don't want this to be, you know, perfect. I'm quite happy for some of the text to show down the side. Just gives us a little bit more journaling space. Now I'm going to take my distress ink and just ink the edges of this. Right, I'm going to change this for a newer one. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put some ink on my board And I'm just going to rub this into the edge of my page. I like to do it this way because as you can see, in some places you get those kind of harsh marks. You're less likely to get that. That's a brand new pad, so it's a little bit juicy, and you do get quite a lot of ink from that. Okay. I'm going to keep a baby wipe at the ready. So I'm now going to ink the edge of my tea dyed paper. Doesn't seem to have picked that corner up very well. I'm going to try and blend that in a bit. Okay, so I can have my tea dyed paper here. Now what I'm going to do is use my glue stick for the centre. I like the way the glue stick gives you a really flat surface, but it doesn't have a lot of longevity in my experience. So what I'm going to do is just go round the edge with this is art glitter glue, but you could use your Fabri-Tac. If you're happy with the glue stick you use, then by all means continue to use your glue stick. Add that. That's where I've used the baby wipe on it. It's a bit thinner there. Okay, so we now have that covered, and we can now kind of decorate this page a little bit if we want to. So I've got a selection of stickers and things that I might want to add to this page. Now that's not sticking, so I'm just going to add a little bit more of my glue there. I quite like that. Now we have, what is it on the other side? It's kind of blue, so that might go quite nicely. I think we're going to go for this blue sticker. I'm just going to, if I can pick it up, I'm just going to ink the edge of this. I'm going to grab my glue stick because I am going to add a bit of glue stick to this. Take off the back if I can. Kind of find this a really easy and simple way, but it's really effective to just decorate these plain pages. Just going to add a bit of glue. I'm going to have him at a bit of an angle, I think. Now I also have some labels and some little sayings. So I think I'm going to add a saying to this page too. Ink the edge. Again, I'm going to put the glue stick on there and use my art glitter glue around the edge to ensure that stays put. Okay. So because I've stuck my sticker here, I don't want to put my holes here and sew through that. So on this one, this is going to be the first page. So my holes are going to go that side. I'm going to punch those in. And this page is done and ready to go in my planner. I'll do one more, and then the rest of them I think I will do off camera, because it's a pretty similar method that I follow. Yeah, this one I quite like, the lined paper, and this has been cut from something else, so it's kind of ready to go. Let's ink round. I'm actually going to leave the text on this side. I'm not covering that up because I actually really like it. It's just the printed text. This one looks like handwriting, but the other side is just print. So that side I am going to cover up. It's not kind of working quite the same on this paper. It's very thin. Okay. Haven't stuck that particularly straight, but if I try and move it, it's probably going to rip because this paper is rather thin. But that's okay. We're going to put our holes here. So now what should we use? I've printed some of the labels of one of my kits, and it is the entomology one, so it actually works quite well with this. I'm going to just cut this little label out. Like I said, there are several labels that come with the planner kit, so you could always handwrite something on one of those. You certainly do not have to buy any other kits to create your planner. Just go around this with the secondary glue. I think I'm going to go in this corner. Now, whether or not I'm going to add something else, I'm not sure with this one. think I might add him there. It's literally just a case of playing around, see what you like the look of to make your pages more interesting. Just to kind of cover up that text. I think on one of the planners I've made already, I've actually added paper over the top of the text, but I haven't decorated it any more than that. I just think that works, doesn't it? Especially if I hadn't have just spread ink everywhere on that. There we go. So what I'll do is, again, I think I'm having my holes this side on this one. So making that the front. So that's 2 of the pages. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and decorate the others, and I'll be back to show you what I did. Okay, so I've finished all of the pages, the book pages, and decorating the back of those. So this one, it already had some conifer kind of elements down there, so I've added up pine cones here in the square paper. This was an Edith Holden page, but I actually wanted to leave the poem on the back of that one. This is the one that we did. This is another one I've done, and I've just added a little label there. This one I only wanted to cover a small amount, so I haven't added anything to that. And this is the other one that we did. So they are my book pages, and I have 6, I believe. I'm going to put them in the journal in this particular order. So the first thing I'm going to do is I've got my 6 digital pages and my 6 book pages, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull a book page and then a digital, a book page and then a digital, book page and then a digital. And this is just a very rough way of making sure I space my pages fairly evenly through my junk journal section. So here are my pages. So I have 12 of those and I have 30 of these. So I'm going to go just 2 or 3 pages, and then I'm going to add a page. A couple. And another, I'll go 3 this time. Should work out roughly, and my maths is no good whatsoever, but I do have roughly twice the amount of page, tea stain pages as I do kind of book page. So that's just 2, and then I'll just do 3 this time, and 2, and there are still lots more elements to go in this junk journal section. We're not done yet. And then we've got 2 pages, so that did work out quite nicely. So if you have 3 digital pages cut in half, that will give you 6 book pages, that will give you a total of 12. With your 15 pages, you can put a kind of element in every 2 or 3 pages, and that gives us a fairly good mix to start off with. Now what I do want to do, which I haven't as yet, is add a couple of different types of pages. So I might add a page of graph paper and some squared paper and a lined page. But what I do want to do first is just make sure I have enough room in my planner. I still have all of the dividers to make. So we've got the planner. I'm going to put the planner at the front, because we do need lots of space for these dividers and pretty pages. We're going to make a couple of more elements as yet. Right, I'm just going to turn this round so I can get these in. Okay. And then these are my junk journal pages. I'm just going to make sure they're in the right order. I mean, you can absolutely put a lot more into your junk journals and planners. Okay, so we now have pages in our planner and journal, and I think that's going to look cracking when it's done. Okay, so let's look. I'm going to start by making the dividers for the entomology themed one. Now, I create two different sets of dividers. One set to use in the junk journal side and one set to use in the planner side. So we're going to start with the planner ones. What I have done, I'll just bring this back in, I have cut a piece of cardstock of your whatever your choice is. I've used the Tim Holtz because it's got a bit of a bug theme, and I'm going to use this as my front cover. I have cut the front cover exactly the same size as my pages, so whatever size pages you're using, that's the size I have cut for the cover. And then I have cut two of the square panels from the back of the Tim Holtz pages. If you could cut these the same size as pages, I really wanted to utilise these smaller parts of my paper pad. These are 6 inches by 6 inches. You, like I said, you can cut them any size you want. I'm just making these into two dividers. What I've done is I've got a third one and I've just cut that into two, and I've made sure it kind of complements the back. They don't have to be perfect because I'm also going to cover these up. I'm going to ink around the edges. So I've got all my inking done. I'm going to start with these smaller ones. So I've got my pockets. I'm going to turn them over and I'm going to add the pocket. It's quite important that we do it this way round, and I'll explain why in a moment when we get to decorating. Now, you can obviously just glue this if you want to. I am going to go ahead afterwards and sew, but that is not something you have to do. So I'm popping a pocket on the back here, and I'm going to do the same to this one. Still finding it difficult to get my glue out, and if I wasn't going to sew quite so soon, I would probably be using my art glitter glue or something that's a little bit easier to get out. Okay, so now I'm going to decorate these pockets with some lace. So I'm going to grab the lace that I want to use. Okay, I'm going to do one pocket. The bigger pocket, I'm going to add some quite wide trim, so I'm just going to cut that roughly to size. And this one, I think I'm going to use I think I'm going to use this smaller trim. Okay, now if we go ahead and attach these now, when we try to punch our holes, it's actually really difficult to punch through this lace. So I'm going to show you what I do. Now, one pocket I'm going to have higher up, the other pocket I'm going to have lower down. Just move that lace aside. They're going to go this way round. This is going to be the higher one. So I'm going to punch my holes. And what I'm doing is I'm making sure that I catch the top three and that last one, and that is going to ensure that it fits nice and securely into my planner. So there we go. So can you see I've got the 3 holes at the top and 1 hole at the bottom. This is going to be the lower down one, so I'm going to do it the other way round. I'm going to make sure I catch these bottom 3 and that top one, and I know it's going to then fit, not hang out the bottom, and it's not going to be loose. So there's the top one and there are the bottom 3. So that's going to be at the top, that's going to be a little bit lower down in our planner. And it's just a way of using these 6x6 squares and evening them out, you know, nicely. Okay, so now I can add my trim. This one is not going to be a problem at all. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just put a bead of glue along the top. I mean, you could sew this into place first, but like I said, with the lace, it's really difficult to punch those holes through. You don't have to have lace at all, obviously, that's completely your choice. So that one I haven't got to do anything with, that's fine. Doesn't actually interfere with any of the holes I've made. So I can just go ahead and trim those little extra pieces off. Okay, I do want a little bit of glue along the side because I don't want that to lift up when I try and sew. When you put it through the sewing machine, you know, you don't want your lace to lift and get wrinkled. So that's that one done. This one is the one that we are going to have to do a little bit more work on. So obviously, first of all, I'm going to put my bead of glue along the top. Like so. Add my lace. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a bead of glue down the side of my holes and on the inside too. Okay, so I've just run a little bead of glue down there and a tiny bead of glue on the inside of my holes. I'm going to do the same this side. We just want this to be really secure when we sew. If you are sewing. If you're not sewing, what I would recommend is just making sure you put plenty of glue at the sides to hold this in place, and maybe even little bits of glue on the back of the trim, whatever trim you're using. Okay, so I'm going to trim the lace to the right width. And I'm going to get, you want some really small, fairly sharp scissors, because we're now going to cut some little holes where our punch holes are. The reason I do it from the back, and I don't necessarily need to cut a perfect circle. I just need to snip out enough to get the mechanism through that hole. If you try and punch your hole through the trim, I mean, sometimes it works, most of the time it won't, and it can cause all sorts of problems, like the trim will get caught in the hole punch. That's happened to me. And the other thing that's happened is it has bent up the divider or the cardstock as I've tried to pull the trim out of the hole punch. This is just a neater way, and like I said, that hole doesn't have to be perfect because the trim is very forgiving. If you can see, try and get that to focus, I've just made some holes so that those mechanisms can now go through the holes in that little divider. So the last thing I'm going to do to these before I sew round them is I'm going to make some kind of tatty looking tabs. So I'm going to start off with, I've got an off cut here, as you can see. It's an off cut, it's quite tatty, of my canvas. So you can make yours as big or as small as you want to. You can use the tabs that come in the kit. You can use any kind of tabs you want. You don't even have to apply tabs if you don't want to. I like these kind of tatty ones. So I'm going to make 2 pieces. I'm going to make them the same size. I'm not measuring them though. I'm literally just going to put one on top of the other. Cut that so I know they are roughly the same size. There we go. Okay, now this is where our tatty pieces of fabric come into play. So I'm gonna, and this is, I'm using the same fabric as I used on the cover of the journal. Right, so just cut, that's quite tatty, I'm really liking that. I'm just going to cut them, I'm not cutting them into squares. I also don't want them into kind of triangles as such. I'm just gonna, I need 6, I think, probably. There we go. So I've got 6 very rough offcuts of the fabric. I've also got some offcuts here of the calico, and this is from various projects. I've just kept lots of those little pieces. And I've also got some little pieces of lace trim from this project and various other projects, because we all do it, don't we? We all have bits and pieces left. So I'm going to use these as the base, and I might have these a little bit too large, but I'm going to just kind of layer them up until I get something that I'm quite happy with. It looks quite tatty because this is the bit that's going to hang out of my book. I think I'm going to maybe pop a piece of lace there too, and then maybe a little piece of lace there. So we just got this kind of tatty tab look going on. So I'm just going to fold this back, put some glue in, and again, you don't have to be using Fabri-Tac, you just need a fabric glue, and one that if you're going to sew, you're quite confident you can put through your sewing machine. Okay, so I'm going to put that piece down. It's just a case of making sure all of your pieces are stuck really before we attach them and then start thinking about sewing. Actually, I'm going to move that, put that there. I'm only going to add a tiny bit of glue to this trim, just so I know it's going to stick. I mean, it's going to be held more permanently with the stitching, so I'm not too concerned about getting it perfect. In actual fact, if you think about this too much, it actually becomes quite a difficult task. It's easier to just kind of layer it down, build it up. Okay, I'm gonna trim that piece there because I don't like that hanging quite as far as it is. And then I'm just gonna pop a little piece of glue along the edge of this trim. And just to finish that off. And what I want to do is make sure the inside is fairly straight. Okay, so that's all I've got, a kind of little built up fabric tab. So this one is going to be at the top, and this one is the one at the bottom. So I'm just going to make the second one in a similar way. Okay, so put those little scraps aside because I'll need some of those for the next planner. So what I'm going to do is they're going to look roughly like so, this being the top one. So I kind of want the top one about there and then the bottom one about there. So I'm gonna just put my finger where I want my glue to go roughly, and again this is all going to be sewn into place. Want to make sure I've got a little bit hanging over but not too much. We have got a good centimetre or so, and again I'm just going to pop my finger there, lift this up, add some glue. I think that's not really coming out. Here we go. I'm going to put that down. Okay. So those are our two planners. I'm going to give this time to dry, and when you sew you are going to need to go fairly slowly over these bits. They're quite bulky. That's if you make tabs like these. So I'm going to put those two to the side for now and bring in the large one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to first of all I'm going to punch the holes. Okay, so I know where my holes are. So I'm going to use my punch, line that up, punch that hole. That's done. Okay. So I don't want to add an image to this page. I really like this. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to take another one of my trims, cut it roughly to size, and I'm going to glue this in place. So I'm going to run a bead of glue down the edge first. And this is just the way I've found easiest way to glue this particular trim. And I'm going to pop it in place. I'm lining the raised area of that lace there just up with the edge of the page. So I'm going to have a little bit of an overhang, which is what we want, isn't it? We like that pretty overhang. I'll hold that in place for a minute. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to lift the lace. I'm going to turn it this way. I'm going to lift the lace and just run a bead of glue roughly along the edge here, because I don't want to over glue it, and I'm going to glue the sides shut too. So when you've got a pattern, you can use the pattern to kind of know where you want your glue to come. I'm just going to run a bead of glue while I hold that down and hope that it's actually gluing, because it doesn't seem to come out of here very well. Okay, there we go. Didn't quite get that corner. I'm just going to add a tiny bit of glue there. Seems to be coming out okay now. I'm going to just trim these edges. Now you can use your imagination and your creativity and make your dividers however you would like to. There are so many possibilities. I'm kind of leaving this very plain, but what I am going to do is just grab, these are some of the, oh that's perfect, isn't it, the one on top, because it matches this, just matches this colour so well. So I'm going to ink it. You've got so many options. I'm going to decide. I think I'm going to put this into the middle. Okay, that side is now done, and I want to decorate this side. There we go. I've actually got that straight now. Now, what you could do if you really wanted to is you could put this down and sew around it while it's on here. I don't want my stitches showing through, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew around here, then I'm going to glue that into place. Okay, but I'm also going to sew around all of these cards. Now, I'm not going to show you all of the sewing, simply because I am literally doing a straight stitch all the way around the edge, but I'm going to just bring the sewing machine in and show you what to do when it comes to sewing along these, the holes. Okay, so I've got my divider. It's upside down, as you can see. That's the right way up. Now, I turn it. I want the front facing me, because this is going to be the bit that gets the best stitching. You always get a slightly, on the back, you always get a slightly where the paper is pushed through. It's just not as neat as the front. So I sew the front, and I always start on the whole side. Now, it's probably difficult to see, but on the foot there are the two guidelines. I line that middle guideline up with the very edge of my page on this piece, because I want to make sure my stitching actually goes in between the edge and the hole. I don't want it to go over the hole or over the edge. So you do need to take your time when you sew this particular piece. I'm going to sew around this one and speed it up, and then the others I won't record. Okay, so all of my stitching is now done. I stitched all the way around, okay, and you can see that the lace, because we made sure we glued the lace down the edges, it hasn't lifted up or folded at all in any way. That's nice and secure. Now, this is what I was saying about the edge, the back side of the stitching. Now, what you can do to just tidy that up is pop a small amount of ink. Now, if you look, here is where I've inked and here is where I haven't. So it just covers up some of that whiteness of where the paper has been pushed through by the stitch. It's all it does. But it does kind of tidy up those stitches a little bit. So I'm just going to quickly run my ink around there. I mean, this has been done a lot, you know, people do. And this one I actually sewed the wrong way, so I need to ink the front of this divider. Okay, so what I also did was just, I don't know if you can see my little stitching around there. I'm going to glue this into place on the back. Now, if you wanted to make this a pocket, you could do. I'm not going to. Just going to. I'm happy with that. I really like that. So that's our first set of dividers finished. I'm moving on to the second set of dividers for this planner, and I've made several of these planners, and I've used various things for each one. This is one of the options I'm going to use. In the other set, I'm going to show you a variation. This is a linen effect ivory cardstock. I think this is quite pretty. It does have a front and a reverse side. So I'm going to use, make sure they're all the same. It doesn't really matter which way up, but I do like to have them all the same. Again, these are cut to the same size as my pages. Okay, so it's an A5 in my case. It will depend on what size pages you're using. I have cut 2 pieces of the card, and I'm going to have one as a pocket like so. One is going to just have a lace pocket, and this one is going to have a corner upright pocket. It's going to be a kind of a tuck spot rather than a pocket. So that is my plan. What I need to do is ink around the edges, so I'm going to remove the sound and speed this all up. You really don't want to watch me ink this much cardstock. So I'm all inked, and now what I'm going to do is just attach my pockets in a similar way that I did for the previous dividers, just so this has got time to dry and I can make my holes before I add any trim. Obviously you're going to want to put a little bit more glue down if you're not sewing. This is going to be the back. This one is going to have just the lace, so that's going to be my middle divider. And then this one, again, this is the back. I'm going to add my tuck spot here. Okay, so again I'm going to punch my holes. So this is the problem with this linen, can you see you get the ink marks everywhere? I quite like it, and it does sort of wear off a little bit, but you do get a lot of ink marks on this linen card stock. So you can see this is slightly stuck. Now I don't recommend you can drop it slightly. I'm not going to do that because the camera, it will, dropping it may release the mechanism, but what I'm going to do is turn this over. I'm just going to empty out the rings in here. I'm going to take the back off. And just taking the back off and emptying the rings has actually released my divider. Sometimes what I have to do is just pop a little screwdriver to push that mechanism down inside the hole punch. I don't recommend you just pull it out. So I'm just going to trim that tiny bit there. And now I'm kind of ready to decorate. I'm going to do the backs first. Okay, so I've got a wide lace that I'm going to put trim side out in that centre one. Okay, so this is going to be the one that I'm going to just quickly do first because it's the easiest to do. Again, it's going to be sewn. I'm just going to run a bead of glue along the edge. I'm going to pop this lace so I have a little bit of overhang, and I've just lined. Again, find something in your trim to line up with the edge of your paper so you get it even. I've used the point of these arches, and then I'm just going to make sure I line this up and just glue the edge down, and the same the other side. Again, if you're using a fabric glue and you're not sewing, it is going to be strong enough to hold it, depending on what you're going to put into your pocket. You could always cut a strip of cardstock and add that underneath the lace if you prefer. I want to be able to see what I'm putting in behind that lace, and just trim off the excess. There we go. So that's the middle one. Let's pop that out of the way. This one I'm going to use this trim. Okay, I'm going to cut the extra. Okay, so that is the first one done, and then finally I have this one, and what I'm going to do for this one is I think I may add fairly small trim here, but I'm actually going to have that hang over the edge, and I haven't done it on the previous ones, but I may actually add an image to that. So I'm just going to glue this piece of lace in place. Okay, I'm going to ink this journaling card. It's quite thin. I'm not going to add any fabric to this or anything. It's just going to be just a little bit more decoration for this particular pocket. I mean, you could put a larger piece of lace on if you wish. I just thought that colour lace goes quite nicely with this image. I could have sewn this on to the cardstock before I glued it down, but I didn't know at the time this is what I wanted to do. You kind of have to go with things sometimes. You can plan, but sometimes you'll just want to add something you hadn't thought of, and that's what I wanted to do there. Okay, I quite like that. I think that's really cute. So I'm gonna just trim off that excess of lace, and that again is going to hang over into our planner. Okay, so that is the backs of them all done. Now we have to do the fronts. I'm really quite happy with the backs of these. The second set of dividers I'm going to do are slightly different. The backs are pretty much the same. I will show you the variation. But the other thing you could do is actually use a patterned cardstock, and then you don't really have to do this next step, which is what I'm going to do, and that's decorate the fronts of these dividers. So the tags from the kit I'm using are like this, and I think there are 6 in this particular kit. Like I said, you do not have to use a kit, and you certainly don't have to use one of mine. What I've done is I've cut them out into this shape. So I've just trimmed, as you can see, I've just trimmed around the edge and then cut that. So I'm going to do the same with this one. Okay. It's a little bit tricky when you get to the top because you don't want to cut too much out. Oh, I need to trim that slightly more because I want an even kind of border all the way round. Okay, I'm happy with that. So then I'm just going to ink. And because I am using a green thread, it does actually add quite a lot to these dividers. Okay, so what I did next was just mount it onto some calico, and I inked around the calico to darken it up, and I will show you how that looks in a moment. So what I'm going to do is, this is the strip. I've just cut it top and bottom and then torn it. I'm just going to do the same again for the width, and I'm just kind of doing this by eye. I'm not measuring. You could literally, if you wanted to, just glue these straight on. That's decorative enough. It doesn't have to be too much. I like to decorate a small amount, but I really don't like to overdo it. I don't decorate my pages so they're so full. I like to have lots of journaling space, but I don't know, I like the tatty look, but at the same time I kind of like it to be quite clean and fresh. That doesn't mean I don't like other journals heavily decorated. It's just how I like to make mine, and I suppose it's just something that kind of comes naturally after a little while. It's just what you do or what you don't do, and you can do it however you like. So I'm going to ink around the edge of all of this fabric. So before I sew, I'm just going to glue these slightly onto my fabric. So that is the 3 of those. And what I need to do now is just sew kind of around the edge of these, and I will be right back. I decided to do a zigzag stitch around the outside of these tags, and I think it actually looks really quite nice. Quite often if you're mounting an image onto a background, you know, zigzagging stitch around the edge is a nice way to kind of work with that. And what I've done is I've just made sure I've caught, you know, the paper, so the center line on my sewing machine foot has gone all the way down the edge of the tag, and then obviously just turn at the corners. You could easily do a straight stitch, it doesn't have to be a zigzag. So I think I'm going to have this one on the first one. So I'm going to put this here, and again I'm going to glue these on. So I'm going to glue that one here, I'm going to glue that one onto the middle, and then I'm going to have that one there. I have 3 of the labels from the kit, and in some of the other planners I've actually added these to the images, but on those I haven't added fabric behind them, and these have also got the tabs in the images themselves. So I'm going to flip these over and just have a little think about whether I want to add these somewhere else. So for example, like so, and then this one, I'm thinking of just maybe putting it there. So I think I'm going to add these to the back rather than to the front. So I'm just going to glue these in place. So if you struggle with finding a kind of theme, kits are a really good way to go, or using a paper pad. For example, you could use a whole paper pad from Graphic 45 or from Tim Holtz, and you know that paper pad is going to coordinate, and you could make your dividers, you could make your tags, you could make all of your embellishments from that same paper pad. You know it's going to work. You know it's not gonna you're not gonna have an issue with it not kind of flowing nicely. Okay, so that's what we have so far. Now for the tabs, I've already cut my pieces because it is very, very simple what I'm doing. You can use any trim that has a peak. You know, any trim that has a kind of peak like this would work fine, and I'm going to use this particular one. What I've done is I've cut out one peak section of the trim, and I have cut out a piece of calico that's as wide as my piece of trim. Very, very straightforward. Now all I am going to do is glue this to this, and in the same way I did against the cardstock for the divider, I am going to use the start of the peak, and I'm going to line that up with the edge of my calico, because that's the bit that I'm going to have hanging over, so it will match the divider in the first section of the planner. Right, we are now ready to pop these into place on our dividers. So I'm going to lay them like this. We have 3, so I'm going to put one at the top. One is obviously going to go into the middle, and then this one is going to go at the bottom. I'm not going to lift it up slightly because, let me grab these two. These two, I've come down slightly, so I want it to peek through. Does that make sense? So I'm going to glue these into place, and I'm going to make sure that fabric is completely on my cardstock. So I'm just going to move these out of the way. They should work quite nicely. We've got some nice kind of layering of the lace going on here. So I am going to use the same method to sew around them. I'm going to start here and I'm going to stitch just behind those holes and then around the edge, and I'm going to use a straight stitch for that. And hopefully I've done a good enough job of sticking this down. I do need to just trim that hole off that particular pocket there. So I'm going to come back and show you how they look. So we now have the second set of dividers for this planner finished. I have gone around and inked a little bit more. You can see I've gone a little bit over there, but I've just inked around those stitches. So that's the 1 and the 2 and 3. So I'm going to bring in the other ones and the planner. Okay, so I'm going to open this, and what I'm actually going to do is take all of the pages out for a moment. Now I know this one is going to be first, so I'm going to put that into my rings first off, and then I'm just going to grab the pages that are planner, and I have, so this is the days of the week, and that's where that ends. So I'm going to pop that second planner there, and then I'm going to go to here and put in the first one. So I'm going to put these into the planner. So this is going in next. So these pages, basically what I'm going to do is I'm just dividing them roughly into 3. Okay, so I'm going to that set, and then I'm going to put a divider, and then I'm going to put the final divider here. So you can see I've just kind of evened them out roughly. They don't have to be perfect. So let's put this in. Right, so it's kind of looking quite lush now. So we've got our front cover, and then we've got our first divider, and then we've got our second divider, and you can see where that extra hole really comes in handy. It just makes that more stable. And then we have the journal page divider, number 1, the second one, and then the third one. So I think that's looking great so far. We will continue with more dividers for the other one, and I'll show you some of the variations. I'm now going to show a variation for the second planner. The first section of the planner, I'm going to make the dividers in exactly the same way. So I'm not going to show you those again. All I'm going to do differently is I'm going to use the fabric from this front cover. I'm going to show you a variation for the junk journal side. So I'm going to make 3 more. I'm not going to show you the full process, only the bits that are different. So what I've done is, this is a craft card, and I've cut these again to the same size as my pages, and I've cut them in exactly the same way as I did for that ivory cardstock. So this is my pocket, this is my corner tuck spot, and these are my 3 pieces. Now I'm just going to put those bits aside. Actually, I'll bring this pocket in. Now with the craft card, I have one side, this particular side, this side here, is much duller than this side. It's very difficult to see on camera, but they are different. The back and the front of these cards are different. Now I actually don't like the back So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with these. I'm going to use this particular book. You can use any paper you want. If you've got a craft card that's the same colour front and back, you might not even need to do this. If you've got an ivory cardstock, you might want to do this because it does add an extra element. So again, it's about choice. I'm going to find 3 pages. Oh, those were quite nice straight off, weren't they? I'm going to find 3 pages that I like. There's one. And I'm going to use my craft knife and very, very carefully cut that page out. I want some quite colourful pages. And pages that have got quite a lot of interest around the middle of the page. And just find, oh, there we go, look at that, perfect. Actually, I think I prefer this. Yes, I'm going to use that page. Okay, so let's get rid of that. I'm going to use these 3 pages. So the first thing I'm going to do is cut these to A5. Okay, I'm going to make sure I get as much of the pattern area as possible. So I'm going to speed it up again and just get my paper trimmer out. Have cut these ever so slightly bigger than this, so I'm going to trim off any excess. I just want it pretty much, I've done the height, but I've just left a little bit round the edge. So what I'm going to do is make sure I use that dull side, and I'm going to glue this and then stick it on to this page. Now I'm going to use a glue stick for the center, and I'm going to use my Fabri-Tac around the outside, only because this is a cardstock. The book page I'm using is slightly, very slightly shiny. It's not really shiny, but it has got a sheen to it, so I'm going to use Fabri-Tac. I will obviously at the end be sewing around, but this is plenty enough to hold your book page onto your cardstock if you are not going to sew. It's very, very good. But you, again, use any glue that you're confident is going to hold your cardstock. Okay, so I'm going to line it up with the bottom because I know the height is right. And I was ever so slightly out. Can you see? Just a teeny bit, but you know. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim. I'm going to trim here. Okay, now if that bothered you, you could trim that. It doesn't bother me. I'm going to ink it, and I think that's going to be absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue the other two and I'll be back. I have glued these pieces on, and you'll notice I did actually trim the top because I'd made the same mistake on all of them. I have inked the front and the back, and obviously this is the front, this is the back, and I have also inked the pockets. So what I want to do is decide which one of these I'm going to have my lace pocket down, and this is the one with the least interest on that side, so that's going to be my middle one. So what I'm going to do is just decide where I want my side pocket and where I want my long pocket, and I think I'm going for that. So I'm just going to glue these into place. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some different trims for these pockets and also for my lace pocket on this one. With this particular set, I'm going for a more crochet trim style edging and lace. So I've punched my holes. I'm going to use this one on this pocket. It's quite large, and I have this one which I'm going to use as my lace pocket, and then I have this one that I'm going to use to hang out of the edge. Let's just double check. Yeah, I think I'm happy with those. So I'm going to do the same as I did with the other set. I'm going to glue them into place and trim them off. These are all glued into place, and you can see I've still got a little bit of hanging over here and there. This one probably isn't quite trimmed enough. There we go. So I've kept the odd pieces for my tabs on the first set of dividers. I haven't made those yet, but this is going to get used in that. So what we are looking at now is the fronts, but we're going to do them a bit differently. So I've had a look at my books. I have several different small books. You don't have to use a small book, but you would need to use a small-ish image. And I have picked this book here about butterflies. These are the 5 that I've picked. They are small images. One of them will go on the back of the front cover, and the other 3 will go onto these dividers. Now, these 2 are reasonably plain, where those 2 are quite bright. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to use these 3, maybe these 3. These 3 go well together. So I'm going to use these on my front covers. These all have a line around them, so I'm going to cut them out and ink them. I don't think I'm going to back these particular ones. I think I'm going to glue them into place. Okay, so I've sewn around these, and the green actually looks really, really good. And I am going to add them, I think, like so. Now, I know I said I wasn't going to use kits for this particular one. You can use any labels, but I am actually using a botanical kit label. This goes with the kit that I have used in the junk journal for this particular planner. So I'm just going to decide where I would like those to go. And I think I'm going to have them like this. So these are now finished. I've used a different trim for these, for this particular set, just because I've used the crochet trim on the back, and I've still backed it with some calico. I've just frayed it and I've made it slightly bigger. So I've got the little label, and I've sewn all the way around both of them. So that's one, that's two, and the back, and that's three. What I like about this is you can add a decorative paper clip and things like that to kind of decorate these a bit further, but I really like this craft coloured divider. So I'm going to put them into the journal and then show you all of the dividers in the journal. So all of the dividers for this one are now finished. I'll show you a couple of other little variations that I did. So this is the front cover, and as you can see, I've carried on using that vintage lace. I've added journal again here. Here is that book page that I've sewn around, added to some calico background. So with these particular tabs, I've made this out of the offcuts of the trim, because it is a vintage trim. I've added a small amount of the fabric here. On this one, I've added the trim along the bottom of the pocket. Sorry about the cotton. And this one, I've done the same thing again with the tab. It's the vintage kind of trim that matches the pocket. And then we've got our large dividers in the junk journal side of our planner. So that is how it is looking so far. And the two kind of variations on the tabs. If I close this up again, you can see kind of how lovely that looks with the lace and the trim in there. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to make the notebook for our back pocket. So we're going to make the notebooks that go in the back. There's quite a few supplies needed for this. They're all mentioned in the list. But first of all, we're going to start with some cardstock. I'm going to use a file folder. It doesn't have to be a file folder, but this is quite thin. I've got several of them, so I'm using this. You can use any cardstock you have. The first thing I'm going to do is just measure my back pocket in terms of where the stitching is. Now I know I've glued pretty much around my stitching, so I want to make sure my notebook is going to slide inside my pocket. They've all been roughly 13 to 14 centimetres, or about 5 1/4 to 5 1/2 inches. So I'm going to make this one. I'm going to make this 13 centimetres, which is about 5 1/4 inches. And I know there's plenty of room for it to slot inside of my pocket. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab a file folder, and I'm going to cut 13 centimetres off one side, like so. I'm also going to just cut that top bit off, so I've actually got two separate pieces. And now what I'm going to do is just measure roughly the height that I want, and I'm going to make this about 19 centimetres, which is about 7 1/2 inches. I need them both the same, so I'm going to line them up and put them in and just cut. Okay, so that's the first thing. We've got our two pieces. So I want to cover these with my canvas, so I've just laid them on, and I'm going to cut roughly to size. The reason we do this in 2 pieces is because if we did it as one, it's actually really quite tight to fold. I have made one like that and it looks great, but it's quite chunky and it does take up a lot of room in the back of the planner. So I'm just going to glue these onto my canvas. The reason I'm using Fabri-Tac again is because I am going to be sewing. Again, you don't have to sew this, you just need to be a bit more mindful when you're doing your gluing. So we have both our pieces stuck down, so it's our front and back cover. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to separate them. I want to make sure I've got a little lip around each piece. Okay, so now to cut them to size, what I'm going to do is one edge I'm going to cut flush against the cardstock. Okay, like so. And the other edge I'm going to leave about, I don't know, 1/4 inch, 1/2 centimetre, just to give us a little bit of fraying space. So this notebook will match the planner because we're going to use the same fabrics. And again, I'm going to do the same here. So that's the start of our covers. I have picked a sheet of cardstock or designer card. This is a Tim Holtz from the Compendium kit, and I need to cut this exactly the same size as I cut this card. So it's going to be, for me, 19 centimetres by 13 centimetres. So I'm cutting the height first. And then I'll cut the width for both of them. I don't want to have any overhang. They need to be exact. So I would double check your measurements before you cut. So this is going to go on the inside of our notebooks. Okay. So I'm making the cover for my notebook and I'm going to attach one of these because I want the paper part of the notebook to be removable so it can be replaced when it's full. We're making the cover to match the planner and we want it reusable. I'm using these file folder attachers. You don't have to. I can show you how we can do exactly the same process with some twine. Now I'm using a standard hole punch and I need a template, so I've cut this piece of cardstock exactly the same size as my cardstock for my inside cover. I'm just going to fold this in half and I'm going to use that as a guide. Actually, I'm going to put a pencil mark in there because that crease is not easy to see. So I'm just putting a pencil mark halfway and I'm going to punch my holes. Now if I punch my holes directly into my cardstock, the holes are too close to the top and I can't put in the fabric I'm going to use to attach my top and bottom cover. However, if I come down too far, my single hole punch is not going to reach. So what I'm going to do is I'm using my holes as a guide. I'm just going to line this up with the holes I've made. Okay, and just a little bit further down make another hole, and this is going to be my template. Just making sure I line those holes up. Okay, and what I'm going to do is, just because that one's a little bit out, I'm just going to make sure my mechanism goes in there. Yeah, it's fine. All I can do is just try and move my hole over very slightly when I punch it. I'm just going to line it up with my cardstock. I know this seems a bit of a long-winded way of doing this, but it does work out in the end. So I've drawn the holes, and now I'm going to use my hole punch again just to punch those holes. And this one I'm just going to move ever so slightly over. There we go. So I've got my holes in the back, and that will fit in there nicely. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ink around these, and I'll be back. This is my back cover and this is my front cover. So you can decide which way up you put this, because it's going to open from the top. So I'm putting it upside down, so when you open it, it's going to be the right way up. But with these Tim Holtz papers, kind of really doesn't matter. That way actually looks better, doesn't it? Either way, you decide which way up you would like your cardstock to go. Now, what I need to do now is glue these down. This one we do have to be fairly careful of, and I'll do this one on camera. So I'm going to use my Fabri-Tac, and I'm going to put a really good run of glue around the edge of my book or the cover. Making sure I get right to the very edge. We want this to stick nicely, especially if you're not going to sew. I'm going to fill in all of these gaps. I'm just going to put a bead of glue under that mechanism. I'm going to run a little bit of glue over the back of that too. Okay, so I'm going to line this up as perfectly as I possibly can, and then push down. And we need to make sure we're pushing down well around that mechanism. Might help. Just use my bone folder. So this will enable us to take the notepad in and out, and the cover will remain intact and in our planner. Okay, so that's the back piece done. That seems to be nicely glued down. I'm just going to do the front, and then we'll be back to move on to the next step. So I'm going to show you the alternative. I'm still going to be using one of these, but I'm just going to show you what you could do. If you want to use a twine, I've got a couple of different ones here, but all you need to do is cut off a length of your twine, like so. I mean, I'd probably be tempted to use something like a cord, because twine does kind of wear after time, but you just need to poke this through your holes, like so. Pull it fairly evenly, and then you would glue that into place in exactly the same way. Okay, I'm using these just because I purchased them for this purpose, but twine would work equally as well. That's just another option for you. Okay, so I've got my front and back cover. They are dry. Now, you're not going to be able to see everything, but what I'm going to do is just kind of line those up with a bit of a gap. Now, this is where you need any scraps of the fabric you've got from your cover, and I've also got a bit of a scrap of calico. I'm using calico because it's not too thick. Now I want a piece that's almost the size of my covers, so let's have a look. just gonna pinch a little hole there, tear that. We're going to be able to trim the edge, so that's not a problem. Now I want it to come up to my mechanism and then about the same the other side. I'm not measuring, it's just kind of guess how much we need. So we've got a little strip of our calico, so that's going to go on the inside like so. But what I'm going to do is, now that's cut, I'm going to put these covers together and I'm going to cut a piece of my patterned fabric. Now this one I want to have probably slightly longer. I'm going to use that seam line actually to just get a nice straight line like so. And I'm gonna, let's have a look, how big is this? This is about 2.5 inches. Okay, so I've got a piece that's roughly 2.5-ish inches wide, which is 2.5 inches is 6.5 centimeters. Okay, now just making that slightly longer than I need. Okay, so I've got my covers together and I've got them at the top. Now what I'm going to do is just run a bead of glue the top 2 centimeters, kind of 3/4 of an inch, like so. Make sure I get right to the top. Right to the edge. And I'm going to lay my fabric down. I'm just going to fold that over just to make sure that's fairly even. I need to pull that down very slightly. That looks fairly straight, so I'm happy with that. Now what I'm going to do is turn it over. This time I'm going to glue the back here. I'm going to leave a small gap there. I'm going to glue along. Line those up, but leave a small gap. I'm just going to fold that to make sure I can get a good fold there. You've got a little bit of time because it's fabric on fabric. The Fabri-Tac gives you plenty of time. There we go, that's a nice fit. Yeah, the Fabri-Tac gives you plenty of time to play around with it. So I'm just going to grab the piece of calico we cut. Okay, Fabri-Tac again, and I'm going to just glue this section above the clip. And then one side I'm just going to glue that into place We can trim all of this, it's not a problem. Doesn't matter if you're a little bit over, it's not glued on as such, it's just the fray of the calico. Okay, so that's that. Where did I? Okay, I'm not sure where I've popped that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a bead of glue. I missed a bit there. Let me just glue that again. I'm going to run a bead of glue down that crease and just run some glue along here. I just want to get it into place. I'm happy to go back and fill in with glue if I need to. Just pushing that into the crease back there. Make sure it still folds nicely. Okay, so you can see I've got little bits that are not stuck, so I'm just going to come in and kind of backfill with that, with the Fabri-Tac. Little bits of cotton will get everywhere. So what I'm going to do is turn this over and I'm just going to trim in line with that fabric. On the other side. There we go. So we want to make sure we keep that as our back, and I'm just going to give this a little bit of time to dry before I even think about stitching. So this is really nice and dry now. So that's the one for the green journal, and then I have also prepared the one for the other planner. I'm going to do two slightly different variations on the cover, so I'm going to kind of work on these together really. So this one, I'm going to start by putting a strip of matching fabric along the bottom. So I'm just going to, I'm going to use this flower, I think. Yeah, I'm going to use that. So I'm just, all I'm doing is lining the edge of the fabric up roughly with the edge of my mat, and I'm going to cut, let's go maybe 3 inches. I'm just going to cut using the lines as a guide. So quite like that. I'm just going to trim a little bit off there. I know I've still got a little bit of trimming to do. It's not perfect fit. So that's the start. I'm just going to put that aside. And this one, what I want is, that's actually a really nice scrap, and it's actually pretty perfect in terms of size. Just going to trim a teeny bit off the top, a little bit off this edge. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue this, and I'm going to glue this before I stitch. But this one, because I'm going to stitch around the edge, I'm not going to catch that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a zigzag stitch around here quite quickly, and I'm going to put a zigzag stitch just along that edge, and I'll be back. Okay, so that is now stitched along there, and you can just about make out the stitches in this piece, which is going to go into the middle. So I'm going to glue these into place, and then we'll move on to sewing, and I'll explain how I sew them. I'm now going to sew these. I'm not going to sew them on film because it's a very simple process and the sewing machine is really loud. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew first of all along the top and the bottom of my hinge. Once that's done, I'm going to do a zigzag stitch all of the way around this whole piece. I'm going to do that and then I will be back. So we're ready for the very last bit of our covers. Don't worry about all the little bits that you get, tiny little bits everywhere, but they're easier to clean off at the end. I'm using these little book plates, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the top open, but I'm going to just put a small amount of Fabri-Tac around here because I do find it helps to hold these in place. Now I've got a piece of fabric, a small piece. I haven't cut it to any specific size because I find it better to cut once I've got my book plate on. So I'm going to pop this down, just get that onto the fabric, and this one I'm going to do the same, but I'm going to put this onto a piece of canvas. So these are reasonably dry. What I'm going to do is they come with little brads. So I'm going to just put the brad through the hole in the fabric, and I'm opening them out so they open out horizontally across my book plate, because these are fairly thin and I'm going to use scissors just to cut through them. They're not particularly strong at all. Okay, I'm going to use what I call my messy scissors, and I'm just going to move that out of the way so I don't get the debris on there. Cut round to the size you like, just cut through that brad. Cuts through very easily. And I'm just going to glue that into place, making sure I put plenty of glue over those brads. So that is the cover for this one now complete. I can go ahead once the glue is dry and fray that a little bit if I want. So I'm just going to do the same with this one. I will speed it up. So that is our two covers done. Now we've just got to make the inserts. Now our cover is complete. We need to make the notebook that can be removed once it's used up and replaced. So I've cut a piece of cardstock which is 1/2 centimetre or 1/4 inch smaller than the cardstock we cut for the cover. So depending on your measurement, you just need to reduce this by about 1/4 inch or 1/2 centimetre, and I've made it 3 inches wide, 7.5 centimetres, and folded it in half. Okay, that's going to form the top of our booklet. Now I had to cut myself a new template because the previous one seems to have disappeared. And I'm just going to bring this down slightly. If I just punch my holes at the top here, what's going to happen is the pages are going to butt against that crease and I'm not going to be able to fold it. So I'm just lining my holes up and I'm just coming down again about probably 1/4 inch. And just bringing that down so you can see. Let me just bring the camera down a bit. Okay, so I've just brought it down very, very slightly. I've done this by eye, kind of lining it up. And I'm going to draw my circles. And then I'm going to use my single hole punch to punch those holes. And in the same way I did with my previous piece of card, what I want to do is just make sure these are going to fit nicely in there. Perfect. So pages, I've pulled out 5 sheets of newsprint, and I'm using newsprint because it has a vintage feel to it. It's really thin. You can use any notepaper at all, but I've got 5 sheets of that. I have 5 sheets of lined paper that are from a vintage notepad, and then I have 10 sheets from an old diary, and this is great, but you can use any notepaper. I've just roughly got 20 sheets to go inside of my book, so I'm just going to grab my paper trimmer. So this piece was 12.5 centimetres, and I'm now going to make my pages again 1/4 of an inch or 1/2 centimetre smaller again. So this was 12.5, I'm going to make this 12. I'm going to speed it up, but I'm going to cut all of these pages to width first. So they're all cut to the right width. Now what I want to do is make sure I cut them the right height. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to my notebook, and I'm just going to measure how high I'm going to want my pages, and I think I need them 17 centimetres, so they're not hanging out of the bottom of my notepad. Okay, so that's all of our pages in order. Like I said, you can use any paper you want. You could quite easily just use copier paper for this if you really wanted to. And now what I'm going to do is I am actually going to use my plain old hole punch. But what I'm going to do, you're not going to see this, I'm just going to put a little crease in the top there of the top page that I'm going to go and put through my hole punch. I'm not going to put too many pages through at a time because you will run the risk of them not working. Okay, so that's the first bit done. And again, I'm going to put my little crease in there. And the last slot. Okay. Now there are various ways you could do this. First, I'm going to just ink round here very quickly. Bring my book back in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that in there. I'm going to put my pages in. What you could do is put one in at a time and put a very small bead of glue along here to glue this together as a notebook if you wanted. I'm actually not too worried about it being glued. I think loose pages are fine because it's going to be held in here nice and securely. So I'm going to put that in. This is the mechanism, obviously, that holds everything together. Okay, just make sure that's pushed down as firmly as possible. And there we have it. There is our notebook, which can be replaced if we need to. So what we do is take our planner turn to the back page, go to the back of our notebook and just tuck that in the pocket. Should be a snug fit but not too tight. And there we have the notebook at the back. I mean, obviously you don't have to put a notebook in here. You could even put in a purchased notebook. You don't have to make one. I just think it's nice to have a notebook cover that matches our planner. So I'm going to make a couple of pocket pages for the junk journal side of our planner. The first thing you just need to be kind of cautious of is you don't want to make anything larger than your page size. I can't give you an exact page size because we may be using different size pages, but mine is A5. The other thing you need to kind of be wary of is the rings. You want to make sure you've got enough to attach to both sides of the rings to make sure it's sturdy and in the planner. Obviously you can have smaller things that are here, and I'm going to show you something I've made a bit later, but I am using a large book page, and this page is 11.5 inches or 29 centimetres by 20 centimetres or 8 inches. You can use anything. You can use any paper to make your pockets that you would like. You can use wrapping paper, music paper, even an old newspaper, you know, anything you like. We just need to make sure the rings are going to be sturdy. So I'm going to reinforce these, even though this is a reasonably decent quality of book page. So the first thing I'm going to do is I want to decide maybe which bit I'd like on the front. And this is quite pretty. This bit I'm not too worried about. So it doesn't really matter on this particular page, to be perfectly honest. So I'm just going to fold a small amount on one side in. Okay. And then I'm going to fold over. Now I need to make sure I'm not exceeding 15 centimeters for my page. So just very roughly, I know I can give that quite a small overlap, and I'm still not going to be over that 15 centimeters. Let's just double check. Yeah, I've got 14 centimeters, so I know I'm good. And just put that down. I'm going to have a little look at both sides and decide which side I would like as my front and what I would like as my top and bottom. So the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to grab, I could use a circle punch, but I can't seem to find mine. So I'm using this whale tail punch just to punch out my little nook. Now I'm doing this slightly over to the right because I'm going to have a border here down the left. So before I ink or anything like that, I'm just going to, not before I ink, before I glue, I'm going to ink just that bit and along the back here, and I'm just going to ink in a little bit where I've taken that little notch out. Okay. A little bit more. Okay, so that's cool. I don't need to worry about inking all the rest because that's all going to be done when we've finished. So what I'm going to do is, you can use any glue you like. I'm just going to run a small bead of glue up the edge there. This is not going to get sewn, this particular bit, so you do need to make sure you catch everywhere. And I'm going to put a little bit of glue up here. And then I'm going to close that up. Okay. So what I want to do is reinforce this section because this is where my holes are going to go. And I have just a piece of craft paper, and it is only paper. I'm going to, let's try that again. I'm going to tear an edge because I don't want this to be too neat and tidy. and I'm going to tear a little bit further down. I'm not measuring, I just need to make sure I can fit this over that crease, and that's more than enough. So I'm going to fold this in half. You may have noticed this has some print on. I really like to use the odd papers for things like this. I'm going to ink this piece because I won't have the opportunity to ink it once it's glued into place. Okay, and then the last thing I'm going to do is just trim off a little bit of that excess there. We can make it even more tidy once it's in place. So I'm now going to glue this. Just making sure I get around the edges. Okay, that's plenty. I'm gonna just line it up. And you can see it's covered up our crease or our join. Perfect. And now just going to decide whether to add any more kind of decoration to this or not. I might add a little something down here. Always have a scrap box of paper, don't we? I think I might add just a little something there. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Just to... And some of the others I've added a piece down the side. I think there's some that I haven't added anything, but that's quite nice. What I'm going to do is I don't usually cut on this glass board. This glass board is really for inking and gluing, but I'm just going to trim that very... Ooh, if it will. Just trim a little bit of that off. So I've got a straight edge. Yeah, I think that's cool. So I'm just gonna grab my glue stick. Oh, sorry about the light. Just gonna grab my glue stick. I'm switching between glues here. Now I'm gonna just use this one because I can get a really thin bead of glue with this one. I mean, you could just use your glue stick. You don't have to swap glues. I just like to know that this is really well down and it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, now I don't mind if I'm hanging over slightly because I can trim. Just push that down and I'll trim off any extra. I do recommend everybody has a messy pair of scissors. This is my messy pair of scissors. I do clean them up frequently because they do become really sticky. But these are the ones that I use for all my messy jobs. So if I've used glue, I'll use those scissors to trim. Just get rid of that. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that. I quite like it. I think I might add something to the back here. Let's see what I have. I just have a box of bits and pieces. I've also got lots of like Tim Holtz pieces as well, which that's quite cool. That would go quite nicely. I've got labels and things in here. Some little tiny bird tag. Actually, I quite like that. Okay, let's cut this out. I mean, you could tear a piece of book page, you could fussy cut something from a book, anything I just want to decorate this little area. Now, do I want a label of some sort? Got a little sentiment here. Yep, I think I'm going to go with something like that. I'll just ink and glue these, and I'll speed it up so you don't have to watch the whole process. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that. This is the front, and I don't actually think I'm going to add anything to the front. I think I just like that little bit at the back there. So I'm just going to grab my hole punch. Now, this is not quite the full height of an A5 page, so I don't necessarily need to worry about that, but I'm going to, it's a bit tight because we do have quite a few layers, but I'm just going to put that into my hole punch. I'm lining it up the best I can, making sure it's in there fully, and I'm going to punch my hole. Okay. So when I sew, because this is the pocket, it's all ready apart from the sewing, I am going to sew down here to the right of the holes and along the edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a pocket, a tag that will fit within that size. Now, I've made a few of these, and I've several pieces of card that I know are going to fit. This is going to be fine. So it's just a case of finding yourself a piece of card or cutting a piece of card that you know is going to fit within your stitching lines. Okay, now like I said, I like to use kind of leftovers. I don't like to cut things new every time. So I've got some book pages here that I have printed, and I've done a pretty bad job of printing for whatever reason, but this is perfect for collage. So anything you've printed incorrectly, you know, absolutely use this for your collage. Now you can see this particular piece, I'd cut it out for something else, but I'm going to use it here. It's not a perfect fit, but that's fine because I can still cut this tag down. So I'm going to start by just gluing this piece onto my cardstock. And this is going to, like I said, just form the base of a collage tag. When I'm collaging, I tend to stick to 3s unless I'm doing a really large page at a time. And then cutting it down. If I'm making individual pieces, I like to have 3 papers. I don't know why, it's just how I seem to end up working. Or 5, maybe 5. Odd numbers always work well. I just find odd numbers always seem to hit the spot. There are always exceptions to that rule, of course. But, you know, don't be afraid of collage. Don't be afraid. And don't be afraid if you tend to follow the same principles every time. It's not repetitive. It's your style. You know, that's how I look at it. People will say it's quite repetitive. One thing looks like the other thing. But it's not a repetitive thing. It is just once you've found your style, that's just it, isn't it? It's your style. Now I'm just going to, you know, finish using up this piece that I started to use earlier. Now I'd quite like a nice torn edge on this side that's not straight. So let's tear a piece. Okay, I'm actually going to fold this round my tag, I think. I'm just going to trim my edges. Just roughly. Again, I'm not worried about this being perfect because I can trim more at the end, like so. Okay, now I'm going to ink these edges because, again, you know, once it's in place, I'm not going to be able to ink once it's glued. I'll put that down actually. I am sorry about the lighting, it's switching between sun and heavy cloud. Okay, so I know that's going to be pretty good there. I'm quite happy to leave that and have that go over the other side. So I'm going to follow the same principle. I'm going to glue with a glue stick in the center, and then I'm going to just go around the edge with something a bit stronger. And I think on this occasion, because I'm going to be sewing reasonably soon, I'm just going to use my Fabri-Tac. Right, now try and line up the crease that I made. I seem to have glued a little bit of fluff inside there. Okay. So we have two. Now I'm just going to have a look at what I've got. Right, I think this is a piece of a vintage stamp album page. I think I'm going to, what I'm going to do is, because I want a fairly, not dead straight, but I want it reasonably close to the edge. Let's see how far that is, roughly there. I'm just going to use my ruler to tear along here. And this end bit. Sorry about the noise the ruler makes on the glass board. Let's just bring that. Yep, I'm happy with that. Again, I'm not going to get the opportunity to ink this once it's glued, so I'm going to glue it now, ink it now. Okay, and now I'm going to stitch around the edge here. Okay, so that's my 3 paper elements on there. I'm quite happy with that. Now I've got a couple of Tim Holtz butterflies out, because I'm going to follow a pattern that I've used on other tags. I think it's got to be the big one, hasn't it? I've just grabbed my little stamp album, and I have lots of bird stamps in here. Actually, first off, look, like that one. So I'm going to ink the stamp and the butterfly. Okay, now I don't have very many of these left. I have a few tabs. Ooh, I actually think the blue goes quite nicely. So let's just fold this. I mean, ephemera is quite a personal thing. It's not something that I can kind of teach as such in a class. It's more of a, this is how I do it. And you're kind of more than welcome to follow my formula. Hopefully that's fairly central. Okay, and now I'm just going to ink finally around my tag. This is quite a thick tag, so it's going to be quite a sturdy pocket. You could use a much thinner cardstock if you wanted. I think the cardstock I used for this was I think it was 280 or 300 GSM, this particular craft card. And as you can see, there is still plenty of room on the back here for journalings, lots and lots of space. So let's just grab our pocket. So that's going to go in like so. The other thing about these is they could continue to be decorated. So if you're giving these as gifts, people can still do more to these if they wanted to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew these, and then I will be back to show you the completed pocket. So I finished. This was the one we were making. So I've just done a straight stitch all the way around the tag, and I think they look fabulous. And here is our pocket. So they go together quite nicely, and we'll pop them into our planners when we do the second one. So that's one. I'm just going to show you another couple that I've made. So I did this one and just put a little Tim Holtz flower there, and again I've added a stamp and a butterfly. And then this one, another stamp and butterfly. This one is a bit more bug themed. I've just used variations on the papers, but apart from that, the principles are exactly the same. And then I made an additional tag because my math skills are very poor, and I thought I needed another one. So that's these pocket pages. We'll now do a second one. So for this second pocket, I am using an Edith Holden page, and I've picked a page where this one has got a bird on, but there's nothing really going on the inside. Now, all I have done is just cut these so they are 21 centimetres, and that's the height I know I need to fit into my planner. You just need to check the height of your pages. So this is part one. It's very, very, very simple, this particular pocket. What I'm going to do is I've just literally folded it in half, and I am going to use my ruler actually to just hold down a small section, and I'm going to fold this back on itself like so. I want to make sure I've got enough space down here for my rings. Okay, that's the only thing I need to worry about. So I'm going to do the same with this one. Don't want to cover that butterfly really. I'm going to make this one a little bit smaller, I think, just so I don't cover any of that butterfly. Okay, so got a little pocket. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just ink this section here. Okay, so they are inked. Now before I finish these off, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a straight stitch along this fold. Okay, so I will be right back. If you're not sewing, you could literally just glue this down. It's just to hold that in place, to keep that kind of secure. You could even use this as a little tuck spot if you want to, because I'm not actually going to glue that. I'm leaving it loose like so. So the thing that I'm just looking for is to find out whether I actually want to cover any of this kind of writing up. Now, there is absolutely nothing on that side except a small piece of glitter. Okay, I'm going to just cover up a little piece here, and I'm going to cover up a little piece here. So I'm just going to grab, again, paper that I've actually printed incorrectly. I'm just going to, I think I'm going to use my ruler to tear along for this. I'm just going to tear a piece off here. Okay, and tear a piece off here. Just obviously when you're using a grid paper, very easy to line everything up. Now how wide I want this, that line there. Okay, I think I'm going to have a little piece, maybe that size. And this is quite nice if you've got lots of writing on your page. You want to cover up the writing. This one I'm not going to make quite so big. Okay, I think I'm even going to make that smaller widthways too. That's fine. Okay, so I'm going to ink and glue these. Okay, so that's done. This is quite handy if you have large areas of writing to use these kind of to cover up. I'm just going to show you one here. So I've got one where I've got writing there, and this one where I've got writing there and also on the back. So those are ones that I've already made. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my holes in here, and then I'm going to sew. So I'm going to grab my hole punch first, and this time I have cut my page to 21 centimeters. So this is exactly an A5 width. So I'm going to line it up and punch, and I'm going to do the same with this side. Okay. The reason I punch my holes first is because I want to know where I need to make my sewing line, and I am going to sew again to the right of this, and I'm going to use a straight stitch. This time the pocket is much smaller. I'm not going to reinforce this side. This is going to be plenty thick enough, so I'm just going to sew all the way down here and then around the edge, and I'm also going to sew across the top. They're all sewn. You'll see this one is probably a little bit neater than this one. On this one, I started sewing from here, and obviously when I finished off it didn't quite join up. So this one, I started sewing from here, and then I've got kind of a nice knit. It doesn't really matter. I'm quite happy having those extra pieces. So what I did was I measured the gap between my stitching and the height that I had, and I have cut 2 pieces of tea stained cardstock, which I'm going to use as the tags, and I am going to use those as the backs because they're the pretty side. So again, I'm going to use my 3-piece kind of collage rule, and I have some music paper. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove that top section. I'm going to turn that over because I like this edge. So I'm going to use my ruler to tear the size paper that I want. Okay, and again, having a look. That down there. Tear what I don't want. And these ones are going to be a little bit more difficult, so I'm going to have to line that up and just tear that. And this top piece, I don't want to take too much off. I'd rather trim it once I'm done. So that's my music paper for the start of my tags. I'm going to glue these on. So these are now, the first part of these are done. I'm just going to grab some tissue. I have some tissue paper, and I'm going to use this on top of the tags because we don't necessarily want all of this music paper showing. Okay, so we now have 2 pieces added. Now what I'm going to do is, because I've used a glue stick to glue this down, I'm just going to go round the edge to double check there's no bits that are sticking up, and if there are, I'm just going to go in with a little bit more glue, but that seems perfectly fine. Go for more of this squared paper, kind of, so it will tie in a little bit more with our pocket. So we've got 3 very different papers. So we've got quite a vintage music paper, we've got some tissue paper, and then we've got a digital print. And you can see actually how well they work together, even though they are very, very different. So the next step is, I have 2 book pages here, and what I'm going to do is just roughly tear out these images, because these are going to form part of the tag. So I will speed this up again. So I'm quite happy with those. I quite like those. The next step is to just give them a straight stitch all the way around the edge, and then I can show you how they look all finished. I have my 2 tags done, and I'm just going to pop those inside my pockets. Okay, so we have these 2, and we have these 2 to go into our planners, two for each. So I'm just going to bring the first planner in. Now I'm going to go to the junk journal section of my planner, and I've got my 3 dividers. So I'm going to put 1 halfway through divider 1 and 2. So just picking, there we go. So I'm going to put 1 here, and I think I'm going to put the small one in this section, and then I'm going to pick a spot halfway between divider 2 and 3, just so I'm evenly spacing those out. So that's how they're going to kind of look in our planner. I'm going to do a simple embellishment for the front of this cover. Now what I've decided is, this one I'm going to have an image on, and this one with the more colourful and more heavily kind of decorated fabric, I'm going to have a book plate and leave that pretty much as it is. So let's move that aside. I'm going to do something really simple. I've got just some floral images, okay, and I think I'm going to do this one for this journal. I kind of like to have 2 layers of fabrics. I like to stick to neutrals, but patterned work well in some cases. Most cases actually, it's just my preference to use neutrals. Now in this case I'm using a tea-dyed muslin, and I'm using a calico. So what I'm going to do first of all is just ink around the edge of my image, and I'm going to make this fairly heavily inked. If you can see, I'm kind of giving that a dark edge we are going to be, well, I am going to be sewing over this. This is, I just find this quite a classic way to decorate a cover, and you know, the layers just add that interest, don't they? So the first thing I'm going to do before I trim is, you know that I like to trim after. I always like to trim after. I'm going to give this a little coat of Fabri-Tac. I'm not going to add a huge amount of glue because I'm going to sew. I do want to get fairly close to the edge, so I'm going to leave it to dry just a little bit in the middle. Okay, now I really like this dark edge here on this tea dye, so I'm going to try and have that showing. Get rid of any creases. I mean, you can use any image for this, any image at all, book page images, digital. And I'm just going to trim a little bit around the edge. I'm going to keep all the scraps because we all know they will come in handy for something. Okay, so that's nice and simple, first piece. And then I'm going to take my calico and I'm going to do the same again. So just going to put a little bit more glue on this time. Still not too much, but we're now sticking fabric to fabric, so we do want to make sure that's got enough glue to hold that. And pop that down. I'm gonna just give this a trim again around the edge. Just straighten this edge off because it wasn't a particularly well cut piece of fabric, and along here. So I'm going to do my little fraying. Sometimes it's a little bit more tricky to get fibres out than others. If you want to tear, obviously you can tear the fabric before, if you can get it accurately in terms of size. Okay, so this is pretty much all I'm going to do, except I'm going to give this a zigzag stitch around here. The only thing I'm thinking is I might like to use a piece of lace because I might want to hang a little ball pin or something off the side. So I'm just going to try a piece of that. Let's have a look and see what else I have. I want it to be a, that's probably better. Okay, so I'm going to bring my book in just to make sure it's not going to interfere with the closure on this. Do I want it at the bottom? I think I'm going to add it to the bottom here. Before I glue this to the book, I will make sure there's no odd fibres at the back there. Just going to run a little bead of glue here. So I'm just giving that a little bit of an overhang. Probably a little bit more than I need actually. Okay, right, so I'm going to go ahead and sew around this and then I'll show you what it's like. So I've sewn around and it's very, very simple, but I think it looks really it's quite a classic look. Okay, so what I'm going to do before I glue this down is I am actually going to make sure I've picked a charm and I've got a ball pin. I'm going to make sure that looks okay on this piece of lace I've added. So I'm just going to try this out. Yeah, I like it. So I kind of make sure I'm happy with things before I glue them down. Now I'm going to put this a little bit lower because what I'm thinking is I'm going to add a tag to the top and I'm going to have more kind of lace maybe hanging out of the top of that pocket. It's not going to be a big tag and it isn't going to be anything too heavy because this is only fabric and a small piece of fabric. So I'm going to glue around the stitching and I do want a good amount of glue. Okay, now I'm going to put this into place. I should have taken that ball pin off really before I attempted to add this. So you've got a little bit of time to move it around, make sure it's in the right place. Just pull that up very slowly, making sure I haven't got any glue there. Okay. I'm happy with that. So that's going to be the image on the front of our cover. Okay, so like I said, for this one, I am really simply going to mount a book plate onto a piece of calico or canvas, and I'm just going to literally place it in here. I'm not going to do anything other than that because I really like this fabric. I'm going to be making the tassel and the bead dangle for our journals. So I've got two of these. I'm only going to be doing one, but when I'm working in bulk, what I do is I pull out and cut all of my trims and laces in the first instance, and I'll just put them together with a binder clip. So it keeps them together, and then I can make all of the tassels in one go, and then I can make all of my bead dangles in one go. This was also a piece that I'm using for this tassel. Now the binder mechanism in this is silver, so I've pulled out a silver book ring, a very small one from Tim Holtz, and a Tim Holtz silver binder clip. So I use those. You don't have to. There are lots of other ways to attach your tassel. This is how I'm doing it. Now, I've cut this to roughly 45 centimetres a piece, which is about 16-17 inches. You don't have to be exact. You just need to decide how long you want your tassel and work from there. So I've got all of my pieces. I'm taking that binder clip off. All of these pieces, I'm just going to make sure they're roughly centered. Okay. I'm going to take my binder clip, open that up, pop them all in there, and then I'm going to do that up again. These are quite strong, as you can see. Okay, and I'm just going to put my binder clip on there. Now what I usually do is I'll attach it to the edge of my mat, which I can't do and film, so I'm going to do this as best I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm just folding this into half over my ring, like so. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Now what I'm going to do is I've got some wax linen thread. This one just happens to be gold. You can use any colour that will coordinate with what you're doing. Okay, I'm going to just pull off a piece over twice the length of that. Just cut that off. Find roughly the centre. So here is roughly my centre. I'm just going to use my scissors as a little guide. Okay, now what I do is I just kind of twist the top here to get a reasonably interesting kind of look. I don't want it to be all one trim showing. And I lay it down over my wax linen thread. And this is easier if you do have your bulldog clip attached to something, but I'm just going to tie this off into a knot, making sure these are pulled fairly tight. Okay, so you get something that looks like that. That's the other side. Okay, so I'm going to pull it tight and tie a second knot. Then I'm turning it over and I'm going to tie another double knot. These tassels are super easy, and I do have a YouTube video with a larger tassel if you wanted to watch that. It was one of my earlier videos. So I have changed how I do it now, and I'm just going to wrap this round a couple of times and tie one last double knot. Making sure they're lined up. This is pretty good at holding this all together. Now the only thing you have to be really careful of when you're using a binder clip like this is sometimes I will actually do this on a jump ring. I don't actually have any large enough jump rings at the moment, and I do like to go straight onto this ring. You need to make sure that you don't open and slide this off. If you do, you have to cut through your tie and kind of start from scratch. So you do need to be a little bit careful if you're using these binder rings or these rings from Tim Holtz. Now I'm keeping this aside. I'm just going to pull in this box where I have just got a few beads, and I used this box so they didn't roll around. So what I do is I've got a green one, a brown one and a green one. So I've got 3 beads here. So on one of the threads I'm going to start with the green bead. I've still got a little bit of glue on my fingers. I did wash them. I'm going to pop the first bead on and tie a knot. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. You don't have to decorate this with beads. I always do. I like having a few beads in the tassel itself, even though on this particular one I'm putting quite a large bead dangle on as well. So just gonna, this wax linen thread is quite thick, so some beads, like this one possibly, yep, no, that works. So just thread that bead and tie a knot. You do have to be a little bit more choosy over the beads you use with this wax linen because it is a bit thicker than a normal cotton. And the last one, get that through and tie a knot there. So there's going to end up being quite a lot of beads on here, so I'm just going to speed this up and add the beads to this one too. Okay, you may have noticed on this one I added a second bead, and it's because that hole is quite large and it would have taken 2 or 3 knots to stop that going through the bead, or from the bead sliding off. So that is the beads on our tassel. Now I am going to use my eyelash trim and find roughly the centre of that. Let's move that box out of the way. So just find roughly the centre, and I'm just going to use this to kind of make this a little bit more decorative. It's not actually holding any weight or holding anything together because we have our wax linen thread doing that. So I'm just going to wrap it around a couple of times, and I'm going to tie myself a double knot. I'm not going to pull this too tight because eyelash trim will break. Okay, and if you want to, you can just tie it off in a double knot on the other side too. And that's a really simple way of covering up that wax linen thread and giving it quite a luxurious look. So we've now got our beads and things in there. Now what I was going to do is trim some of this off. I should have done this before, but what you'll notice is this bead dangle is quite a lot longer. If I hold it up, this bead dangle is quite a lot longer than my tassel. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slide it up a little bit and put a new knot in. Nice and easy. If you weren't doing a bead dangle as well, you could really go to town with your beads on your thread. Really simple. Okay, so there we go. Just cutting off some of these longer ones, giving it a bit of a trim, not too much, and I'm not worried about them all being exactly the same length. Okay, so there is our tassel. We now need to move on to our bead dangle. So I have put things I'm using in a box. I would normally just have all my beads out around me. Now I like to keep things really kind of simple, and I love to use old jewellery rather than buy new beads and waste plastic and waste resources. So in this case, this piece here was part of a really large necklace. It had several layers on it, and you can see these beads are held on with little jump rings, and they are actually really close together. One of the layers was green, so what I've done is I've cut a piece of the chain, length of the chain. I have removed a lot of the jump rings and beads, and I have saved both the jump rings and the beads because they are good quality and easy to reuse. So secondhand jewellery or reclaimed jewellery is perfect for making your bead dangles and for giving you a good start. In some cases you might find a bracelet that would open up and you don't actually have to. Let me just see if I can find an example. This, for example, is a bracelet. You could very easily, you've even got your lobster claw clasp, you could just hang this onto your tassel. Okay, you could hang it onto that ring and you have a bead dangle ready made. So don't think you have to have the tools to make a bead dangle. You can use ready-made items and ready-made jewelry. I mean, that was just one that I've pulled out. So this is going to be the start of my piece. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I unfortunately only have gold. So I've got my lobster claw. Okay, and you don't have to use this. You could attach a jump ring and attach the jump ring to your ring. What I like is I like to be able to remove this if I want. So I've got my tools, which, like I said, you don't necessarily need. I'm going to pull the camera down. Okay, This is the top of my dangle. So I'm going to grab my pliers and here's the opening. So I'm holding my jump ring like this. I then take my second pair of pliers, which happen to be round nose pliers, and twist sideways. If you pull your jump ring open like that, it's going to reduce the strength of the metal. So I'm going to hook my lobster claw onto my jump ring. And I'm going to hook, actually I'm going to make this the top. I'm going to hook this jump ring into one of the rings at the top of my dangle. And close that jump ring up by twisting it sideways. You can keep twisting sideways to wiggle it closer together to make sure that's tight. So that is the start of my bead dangle, and that would be perfectly fine to just add to my tassel if I wanted to. But I've got some beads and charms and various things that I want to add, and I also have some tiny little jump rings that I'm going to use. So the first thing I'm going to add is this rose charm. I've got the start of my bead dangle attached to my lobster claw closure. Now I'm starting with this rose charm. I always start with the charms and then move on to the beads. So I'm again, the opening at the top, holding with my pliers, twist, pop on the charm, and then decide roughly where I'm going to put it. I've got 3 charms, so I'm going to put this one into the middle, and it's always a little bit tricky. I usually have my head right over what I'm doing, but because we're filming, I'm trying to be a little bit more careful. Now, just gonna just wiggle the jump ring from side to side until you get that closed. I think you can just about see that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, using the same technique, opening my jump ring, have the hole at the top, or the opening to the jump ring at the top, second pair of pliers, and twist. This time I'm going to add a leaf, attach that. I know the focus is probably not going to be great because it's small work. Attach this to one of the chains and close that jump ring. Okay, I'm going to add the third, and I'll be back to add some beads. So I've added here a little acorn and bell, so we've got a little bit of a jingle as well to this charm. Now what I like to do is add a second piece of chain at the bottom. So what I've done is I've got a few little bits of jewellery here to decide what I would like to add. Because like I said, jewellery is kind of already made for you. You don't have to do as much work. Now I want something that's going to tie in with the green, so I'm actually thinking this is the best option. Quite like it, quite like that. So what I'm going to do is probably add it about there. Okay, and I also like to have a larger bead at the bottom. So we've got our leaf and we've also got this large one here. In actual fact, I think I'm going to put it that way up, so we've got a pink bead at the bottom, because pink and green actually go quite nicely together. So I'm going to grab a jump ring. I'm going to attach it in exactly the same way. In actual fact, I'm just trying to work out what I might do is, because I want to use a thicker jump ring, I'm going to attach this to the jump ring that's on this green bead, because that necklace had some really good strong jump rings. So this jump ring is already open. You might find that sometimes when you purchase them. Let's try this one. Through there and through that, putting it through the jump ring that's attached to that bead, and close this up. So what I'm doing is I'm just literally wiggling it backwards and forwards until that jump ring is fully closed. There we go. So we've now got kind of 2 strands of beads at the bottom, and I really like that look. Okay, next I'm going to move on to some beads. I have some flat head pins. Okay, and I'm going to have these connectors. So I'm just going to grab one of these, and they are kind of beaded gems at the side. They're a spacer, okay, they're called a spacer, and I'm going to use this with 2 fairly large green beads. Now, sometimes your bead will have a hole in and the flat pin will go through it. So if that's the case, what you would do is use a very tiny bead and put that on first, and then your larger bead. But this one is actually okay. So I'm going to then put on my spacer. And then I'm going to put on a second bead. And I'm going to go for one that's identical. So 2 beads the same. So that is my bead. Now, and this is how I will make the beads for the sides of my pages also. I'm going to use roughly a thumb, and I'm going to cut that piece off. Okay, then I'm going to use my round nose pliers, twist, and then put back in, and twist, and twist, and twist. So I'm twisting and curling to make my little loop at the top of my bead dangle. Now you could put this onto a jump ring and straight onto a paper clip, and that will hang on the side of your page, and the journal will probably have something very similar to this, because that, you know, is how I do them. Now I'm gonna find myself a jump ring, and I'm going to attach this in exactly the same way that I attached my charms. Twist, add my beads, and then I'm going to add it to the chain. It's very difficult to do this when you'd normally get your head, you know, I'd normally have this right up to my face. Okay. So that's the first one added, and now I'm going to have a little look at what else I've got. So I've got this, which is already a piece of broken jewellery, and the little green bead. I'm going to add that. So another jump ring, exactly the same method, and now all I'm doing is just filling in some gaps. Filling in some gaps where I don't have anything at the moment. I'm going to go and get at the bottom here. Using broken jewellery or jewellery that you've taken apart is just such a great way to use those pretty pieces and not having them end up in the landfill. Okay. In actual fact, I'm not saying it works out any cheaper, because some of the jewellery I've bought from charity shops, simply because I really like the look of them, is actually more expensive than buying beads from new, but they're more unique. You're not everybody are going to have these beads. You know, like if I go to Hobbycraft, everybody who uses beads in Ipswich, for example, will have those same beads, where if you're buying second-hand jewellery, some of it's so old it's not going to be about anymore. Those beads are going to be rare, and I like the idea of that. I like the idea that not everybody is going to have those same beads. Okay. I'm going to add a piece here. So I'm just literally repeating this process now, filling up my gaps. I really want to use this. I really do. I think I'm going to add this big one at the bottom, and again I'm going to use a larger jump ring and attach it to the jump ring that's already attached to a bead. I just find, because these jump rings, sometimes they're such poor quality and you really don't know what you're going to get until you get them. But these, the jump rings on this particular necklace are super strong. You know, because I took so many off, I know that they're pretty sturdy. And so what I've done is attached this bead to the jump ring that was already attached to this bead here. Can you see? And I know that jump ring is strong enough to hold that. And I find the same with the chain, to be honest. If I'm using chain from old jewellery, it's usually much better quality than I would buy, you know, from a shop, at a reasonable price anyway. Okay, so I have kind of these cute green beads. I've got 2 sizes, and that, as you can see, goes straight off. So I'm actually going to use, got a kind of glass clear bead here, pop that on, and then I think I'm going to go the larger one and then the smaller one. I've got that. And again, about a thumb. I do call it my rule of thumb. I just need about a thumb's width, and I get 2. I loop twice. You can do this where you just loop once. I just prefer the sturdiness of 2 loops, which is why I cut a little bit longer. Now, as you can see here, there's a little gap, so I just take my pliers and pinch that together, and that's going to now hold my jump ring quite nicely. I mean, this is a little bit of a slow process, and if you're only making one, it's not so bad. If you're doing 4 or 5 journals, it can be time consuming, and I do think that, you know, using these using the old jewellery saves a lot of time and resources. Okay, not quite sure I've got enough. I kind of think I need something over here, maybe something green to tie it in. So I've got my 2 green beads and another pin. Let's just pop these on here. I think this will be the last one. Okay, I think that's quite dangly. So what I'm going to do is just grab my charm. You might find, no, this one is not quite, there we go. So I've just attached my claw. So that is now pretty luxurious. And then, I mean, you could add this before, but I'm going to open it up. Pop this through the hole in my binder clip. And then close it up. And that's now ready to pin onto my journal. So I have my tassel and my bead dangle, and I think they look pretty fabulous, I really do. And I'm going to attach it to the edge of my journal. Now the top part here is fabric, and you do want to get it onto that cardstock, so I'm just going to slot that on, put that into place, and that's now, it's very difficult to see at this angle, but there you go, that's what it will look like on the journal. So I hope you found that useful. I know it's not really part of making the binder, but it is how I'm embellishing mine, so I just really did want to share that with you. The journals are now done. I have completed filling in one of the journals, but I'm going to do this one and just show you some of the bits and pieces that I have to go in the journal. So I have created a little vellum pack of ephemera bits and pieces to go in them, and on the back I have done a little stamp and I've just stitched across the flap of that envelope. This envelope I have stamped, and again it's an envelope with some little tags, playing cards, tickets, things like that that can be used in the journal. I like to include things like this because people may want to continue adding to it, and also when you're journaling you may need bits and pieces. I have some digital prints from kits to go inside. I have a little playing card, and what I've done is I have stuck a little faux tea card on the back there, and then there's a tiny tea stained tag in there, and this is the top of the journal, and I've just punched the 3 holes, so that needs to go into the journal. I have a book page with some sewn trim. I have another book page from a book about trees, and I've just put a little label there where I've typed out the definition of tree. There's a page from the Reckoner. This is from a shorthand book, and I've just sewn a little tab on there. These are a couple of the collage tags. Oh, no, sorry, this is one of the collage tags I've created. Very simple piece of book page, a little definition piece there and a little label sewn around the edge, and that's on tea stained cardstock. This is a card from a print, and I've just mounted that onto a book page. This was a really pretty envelope that I wanted to include, so I've stitched on a piece of cardstock. I have glued down a piece of grid paper. Actually, this was from a stamp album, and attached a little stamp. There's nothing in this envelope, but I really wanted to use those. This is a little Edith Holden envelope. I've just used an envelope punch board, but you could cut any envelope shape out. I've just sewn in a little piece of journaling paper there, stitching and a little stamp. This was a flashcard, and what I've done is I have mounted it partially onto a piece of craft paper, added some collage, and just used an image on the back with a little tab, so that will also go into the book. I have a video on my YouTube channel of these large tags that I created. I have some ephemera that I have printed. This comes from the Graphics Fairy. I've printed it out onto newsprint and aged. And there are 2 different pieces of that. This is another collage tag. It's a book page that I've folded in half and glued together, cut my tab edge and just collaged 1 piece of paper on there and added some trim. This is one of the book page tags I created. This was Wendy's idea and I've added that, and that's just going to slot into that pocket. And this is another little collage tag I've made using some book page and some collage, some washi, and that's on tea stained card too. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fill this journal, but I'm going to speed it up so you can see how I go about filling the journal. I don't think too hard about filling the journal. If there's lots of blank spaces, I will try and add something. So I'm just going to do a flip through of the other journal. So this is the green one, obviously with our charm all attached. This one has a little tiny collage tag. All it is a book page cut in half, a piece of paper folded over, ripped down the edge, cut into a tag shape, and a little kind of all of these odd offcuts of lace and trim added to that to just give that a little bit more interest on the front. So we have 2 tags in the pocket. One is a book page and one is from a digital kit, and obviously there's plenty of room for other things to go in that pocket. We have planner pages, tags in the pockets, more planner pages. In this one there are 2 of the digital tags, and then we have the weekly and the notes. There's a little bead on a ball pin there, and again it's the same ephemera pretty much that was in the other journal. So we have a book page, one of our envelopes, book page with some trim, tab, digital kit. We have one of those Edith Holden pockets and tags, Edith Holden page, envelope, another divider, and some ephemera in there. I just pop that paper clip on just to hold it in because it is lace and it will, you know, things tip out of lace pockets quite easily. Book page, another one of those decorated pages, match those up. That's a tag made out of the same book. That's obviously I've matched those. This time I've put the little card at the bottom with the little tag. There's a charm on another ball pin. Large tag in the pocket. the envelope, another book page, digital page, and then at the back we have our notebook. So that is our planner, journal, finished, both of them. So I really do hope you enjoyed the course. If you have any questions, please do contact me. I'm more than happy to chat over and also talk about your projects. So thanks again. I will see you soon. Bye. In this section, I'm going to show you how we can turn a book into one of our binders. Now, there are two ways we can do this. First of all, we can find a book that will fit our binder mechanism, and we could cover it in fabric in exactly the same way as if we were using it as a journal cover. These particular books, they're from late 1800s, so I'm going to use them as is. I have done some small ones. I think I've done 3, maybe 4 of these, and this book, these particular size books, fit the personal size rings, so that's quite a nice way to use the personal size rings. I haven't actually used any of the planner pages in here. It is just a junk journal style binder journal. So we're going to start with gutting these books. I have a brand new blade in my craft knife, and I'm going to show you how I gut books, especially these older ones. I tip it on its end and open it roughly halfway. Now these older books are great because you'll see you get a massive gap. You can always pop your finger in there and open this gap up on the newer books if you don't have one. With my knife, I'm just going to run down the centre. I use my kind of fingers to hold the pages and also to keep the back away if it hasn't, you know, got the space that this one has. These books are really well made, actually. They're difficult to get the pages out. Okay, so I'm just going to keep sliding my finger down to hold those pages open, and that gives you a good opening to run your knife down. And you can see I'm getting to the end. Now, I would normally be wearing a face mask for this because you do get an awful lot of dust off these old books. Now, the volume is really poor when I'm wearing a face mask, so I'm doing this one without, but you can see you do get an awful lot of dust. Once I have my halfway, what I'll do is I'm just going to see how easy this is to kind of pull. This one, some of them, these bits will just pull out. This one is not going to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm tipping the book on its side and I'm slightly pulling away. So you can see there's a bit of a gap here, and in that gap I'm going to be able to run my knife down. What you don't want to do is damage the spine. If you do that, this is you would have to reinforce the outside of the book as well as the inside of the book, which means you're not going to get your whole cover showing. Okay, now this one looks like we've got a little bit of repair work to do here, but we're going to do that together. So you'll see how I repair these old covers, and I'm going to do the same again. I'm just slightly overstretching to make sure I give myself enough room. Okay, and what I'll do is I'm just going to run my knife and force it against the book block, so it gives me a good chance of not going through that spine if I force it towards the book block. It's not the best of view. I'm going to put it on its side so you can see a little bit better. So as I run my knife down, I'm just pushing it to that book block. Okay, so we can discard these pages. Okay. This is that fly page, which will tear out quite easily. So I've got a large pair of scissors, and the first thing I'm going to do is just trim off as much of this as I possibly can without getting too close to the spine. And you do have to be really, really careful that you do not cut into that spine. We don't want too much overhanging, so I'm just going to bend this back slightly so I can trim a little bit more. I've actually got quite short of breath now. I have gutted this book. It's not so bad if you're using a newer book, but these old ones do get really dusty, so please do wear a mask. Okay, so what we want to do is make sure this area of the spine is showing, so we've got something to use to reinforce the spine. We're going to be putting fabric on here, and we want to make sure we're adhering fabric to that part of the spine. So I'm just going to make any last trims, and then we'll be back with the next part. We're now going to prepare this ready for putting in our insides. Now I've got little bits that I need to repair, and this is one of the most important pieces. Now you can see this is quite badly damaged here. This is not the worst one. I'm going to show you this one. This was actually very fragile and flimsy, but using my Fabri-Tac I have managed to really sturdy that up, and it's no longer floppy, for want of a better word, so it's not going to get any more damaged. Now I'm taking my Fabri-Tac and I'm going to lift this section up. Like I said, this one is not too bad, but I am going to put a reasonable amount of glue inside there, that whole gap, and I'm just going to really make sure that's nice and flat. Any seepage of glue I'm just going to run into the spine. We're going to be gluing that anyway. These books are quite often destined for the landfill because they're an encyclopedia. Encyclopedias do not sell very well. These ones I picked up at my local vintage store. Now I'm going to do this side. Same thing. Now there is a slit along the top there, so you might get a little bit of glue seeping out. As you can see, there's a kind of little gap there. I'm just going to pull the glue away. You kind of want to be quite forceful but quite gentle with these books. They are fragile. They're less fragile once we've finished with the reinforcing. So that's those spine pieces. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lift and glue any paper that needs to be reattached. Just going to run a little bead of glue we have there. Now I'm not worried about this extra glue. That's all going to get covered up. Just make sure we are going to rely on our fabric to reinforce the actual spine itself. So I do want to make sure this end paper is well and truly adhered to the book cover, because the fabric is going to also attach to that. Okay, this one was not too bad at all. It was in pretty reasonable condition. One thing I do on these old books before I decide if they're suitable is I run my fingernail down this spine section. This is the weakest point. If my fingernail goes through that, I know it's too flimsy to use without putting something on the outside to reinforce the spine further. So I do just run my fingernail down there. That's pretty good. I think we're okay with this one. Just like we did for the soft cover journal, we need a spine that's going to be nice and sturdy. So I'm going to be using the thicker book board or grey board. If you're using the thinner one, you can double it up exactly as you did with the spine in the soft cover planner. Now, what I do to find out what size I need is I measure the spine's length, and this is 25.5 centimeters or 10 inches. So I'm going to cut my board 24.5. I'm taking off 1 centimeter or just under half of an inch. Okay, now the width of my spine is 5.5 centimeters. So I will cut a piece that is 5 centimeters, taking off about half a centimeter or 1/4 of an inch. Now, it's quite difficult to give you exact measurements. You do need to measure your spine, and you need to cut your board slightly smaller than your spine. So here is a piece of board I have cut, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now, I've given myself a little gap top and bottom, and I've also given myself a good gap down the side because I want my cover to be able to move freely, and I also want to make sure I can adhere some fabric all the way along this part of the spine to really reinforce that and to make sure it's going to be nice and solid. Now, on this particular cover, if you can see, I have quite a damaged piece, and I'm going to reinforce this. I do it with the others as well, but I'm going to add a piece of cheesecloth or muslin. In this case, I'm going to use muslin. I need it to be a little bit more sturdy than the cheesecloth, so I'm going to show you what I do. Okay, so here is a piece of muslin. It's been tea dyed, and all I'm going to do is cut a little piece out. Doesn't have to be perfect, and I'm just going to make sure that fits in my spine. I don't want it to overhang too much. Okay, that's about right. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold this flat, and I'm using Fabri-Tac because this book cloth, the book cover is made with book cloth, so it is a fabric. Just pop some glue in there, and I'm just going to glue this into place. Now the glue is going to show through, that's fine. I'm going to trim. I'm going to leave that quite long for now, okay, and then just going to glue those little edges down. I always find it easier to come back and backfill with glue rather than try and glue everything. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same with the top and bottom of the cover, and I'll be back. Cheesecloth is now glued in place and is dry, and we're now going to adhere our spine piece of board. We need it to be fairly central with an even amount top and bottom, and giving us enough room both sides to manoeuvre our covers. I am going to use Fabri-Tac. You can use any kind of bookbinding glue that you choose. So I'm going to give this a really good coat of glue in the same way that you made your soft cover planner. You need to make sure you are adhering this really nicely, getting the glue right to the edges. The edges are really important, especially on this particular type of cover. In this case, it doesn't matter if you have glue seeping out slightly. For this particular cover, it's not going to do any damage at this point. Okay, now I'm using my fingers to just guide the amount of gap I have at the top and the bottom. I can see that's going to close nicely. That's fairly central, you can see. Now I'm going to turn over and push from the other side. Now we're going to cover this area with our fabric. I'm using a thin cotton, well, it's kind of a medium weight cotton. It's quite strong. Calico is perfect for this. You can use a canvas, but what I would do is make sure you're cutting your book board slightly smaller, because it's a thick fabric and it actually puts pressure on this spine area, and you're more likely to actually damage it rather than reinforce it. The thinner fabric works better. You want it thick enough so the glue doesn't show through, and thick enough for it to be strong enough to hold it, but you don't want it to be too thin that it's going to show the glue through and it's not actually going to be holding anything together. So I have a piece of cotton. I have cut it to the height of my book, and then what I've done is I've used my spine plus about 4 centimeters either side, or your spine plus 2 inches either side. So this is roughly a 2-inch spine. My fabric is the height of my book, which is 10 inches or 25.5 centimeters, plus 6 inches or 15 centimeters. Okay, so I've given myself plenty of area either side, just like you would if you were making a spine in a journal. You need to make sure you've got enough fabric to actually reinforce and hold things together. So the first thing I'm going to do is glue the spine piece. I want to make sure I get right to the edges of that book board, that spine reinforced piece. So I'm just doing the book board at this point. I'm not worried about gluing anything else. I do this in stages, so I know it's going to work and I know it's going to be well adhered. I mean, you could do it all in one go if you're confident. I wouldn't personally. So I'm just roughly finding halfway my fabric. Just going to lay that in. Didn't get that very even, but it's not too bad. I've got something underneath there. You get a little bit of time to work with. I had a piece of stray cotton underneath my fabric. Okay. So that's the first part of the gluing done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm taking my Fabri-Tac again. I'm going to peel it back at this end, and just the width of the card I'm going to run a tiny bead of glue along there. If my glue will come out. There we go. I always use the back of my hand. I know it's not good practice. You really shouldn't be putting Fabri-Tac glue onto your skin. Now at this point you might want to use your bone folder just to push that into place. And it's worth giving it time to dry. You don't want to rush this bit. Okay. And I'm going to do the other end. I'm just going to clean off the end of that glue with a piece of scrap fabric. This is a little bit short. Didn't glue it quite into place. That's already glued. So I'm going to run a really tiny bead of glue along that card again, that bookboard, and then just push that down and into place. Okay, so it's taken shape. Now what I'm going to do is just pull the fabric back so I can see the edge of my bookboard along here and a good amount of that spine. Now I'm going to run a bead of glue, pushing it against that bookboard. Okay, and then I'm going to make sure I get plenty of glue in the spine, that gap. And then I'm going to push it along that bookboard and into that spine crease. And it's going to take a little bit of pushing in and patience to make sure you've got a nice crease down there. Okay, once that's in place, I'm going to just clean off that glue again. I'm going to make sure I run a bead of glue along the end of the book cover to make sure that's in place, and then glue up the side. Still keep pushing into that spine crease, making sure that's really nice. And then I'm just going to backfill this last piece of fabric to attach that to the cover. Okay, so we now have our nice and tidy ends, and we also have this nicely reinforced spine crease. Okay, and as you can see, that's going to fold really nicely, and it's also going to help reinforce this crease on the outside. Okay, I'm going to do exactly the same thing on the other side, and I'll be right back. I now have my spine reinforced with my fabric, and I've got plenty of room to move that. The other one I did with a calico in exactly the same way. What I'm going to do now is cut the cardstock for the inside. So I'm just going to grab my ruler. This is now all reinforced with my fabric, and I've got plenty of movability on that. And this one I did with a piece of calico in exactly the same way. What I need to do is cover the front and the back panels, and I want to include pockets on the front and the back also. Now I'm going to measure from top to bottom, and I want to make sure I'm covering this paper that was the end papers in this book. So I'm going to cut, it's just about 10 3/4 inches or 25 centimeters. So I'm going to write that in my cover, 25 centimeters, and I'm going to measure across here. I want to have a little bit of fabric showing, but not too much. Now this is about, with a little bit of gap here, it's about 16 centimeters, and I'm going to be using a Tim Holtz cardstock, which is 30 centimeters wide or 12 inches. If I cut to 16, I'm going to have a bit of waste because I'm going to have a 14 centimeter piece of cardstock, which I can't use for this project. So if I look at 15 centimeters, I have got a bit of a gap there. I'm going to have a little bit of fabric. It's about 1 centimeter. I'm happy with that, so I'm going to cut my cardstock 15 centimeters. So it's 25 centimeters by 15. I'm just going to grab my cutting board. Now I have 2 pieces of identical cardstock, and that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to cut these together. This is a Tim Holtz paper pad, and I'm just going to trim off that edge because there is a little bit of a rip where it's been torn out of the pad on that page. So the first thing I want to do is probably cut the height, and I look at the paper and decide whether I'm going to cut the top or the bottom. It's always a bit difficult when you're using a nice paper pad because it's nice both ends, but I'm going to cut from there. So I'm going to line that up, and I'm going to trim that bottom piece off. And these are really good to use as tags and bits and pieces, maybe in collaging. And I want to cut this 15 centimeters. Now again, it's going to be slap bang in the middle of that piece in the chopping board where there's no measurements. So I'm going to put a little mark on here. This is actually just over 30 centimeters. So I can probably do, I'm going to use the 6 inches because that is right in the middle of this 12-inch cardstock. There we go. So let's just cut that in half. So I'm just going to bring my book in and make sure that fits nicely on my cover, and that's perfect. So I have a front piece and a back piece. You can swap them about, obviously, however you want. So the back pieces, I've got these 2, they're going to be the back. I'm going to move those aside. So this piece is going to be my front pocket, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to slice off, I'm going to make this 10 centimeters pocket and slice that off. Then I'm going to take, it would be a circle punch, but in this case I'm using my whale tail punch, and I am going to take out a little sliver. Okay, this one I'm going to have as a corner pocket, so I'm going to cut to 18 centimeters. Okay, I want this piece, so I'm going to cut to 10 centimeters again, and then I'm going to use my corner chomper to just take that corner off. If I bring all my pieces back in, I'm going to have this piece here, and this piece is going to be perfectly lined up. So although that's a pocket, it completely matches, and the same with the back piece. Now when I sew, it might become slightly out of place, but that's fine. I don't mind a little piece of odd. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ink all of this. Okay, I'm going to ink it all, and then I am just going to sew all of the way around the edge, and I will be back to pop it into the book. I'm not going to do it all on camera because inking and sewing is something that you've seen me do several times during this course. But like I said, I'm going to ink along the edge here and all the way around the edges, and I'm just going to do a straight stitch all the way around before I glue it into place. So I have inked and sewn all of the way around both edges, and it looks really cool, I think, where you've got the underneath showing through, matching the pockets. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to glue the front and back panel and stick this into place. I will speed up the gluing. So that's now completely finished. What I'm going to do is just trim off this muslin and just fray those edges a little bit. Either side. Just give that a bit of a pull. Okay. So our cover is pretty much ready for our binder mechanism. I'm liking that. I think it looks pretty cool. We're now ready to put our mechanism in, and I really would give it plenty of time to dry the spine. This has had a few hours now. What I do on the book covers is I actually make the holes from the back, or mark from the back, because I want to make sure this really is central, and on the inside it's not actually as clear. I'm actually going to use my awl for this because I don't think the pencil, let's try, I don't think the pencil is gonna actually make a mark on our book cover. No. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is line up my cover, and I'm going to scratch a hole or the circle with my awl. Okay, I can see that. Right, once I've got my marks, I'm still sticking to my 3/16 hole, making sure I get that lined up and punch my hole. Okay, and the other side. Okay, so I'm going to take my little scissors again and trim making sure that fabric is fairly neat. Again, I'm going to take the backs and put them in, put those into place. Now I'm just going to grab my thin glue, just put a little bit around there to stop the fraying. Okay. This is where you kind of hold your breath, don't you, to make sure that mechanism goes on there, which it does. We pop our screws in and then tighten with our screwdriver. Okay, so that is nicely lined up and we have our mechanism in place. Now, because I knew I was going to be making this and I've already made one, what I've done is, in the same way I made many of the items for the soft cover journal, I have made my planner dividers and things like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put this into place, okay, into my planner, so you can have a little see of what it's going to look like all done. So now this is all done, I'll just give you a really quick flip through of what I've done. So I've made one of the book page tags that Wendy did. I've just added a little label onto this one, and that goes quite nicely into this front pocket. So I've got my divider, lots and lots of journaling pages. I have a book page where I've sewn the little tab, more pages, another divider, and in here I've just got a little collage tag, really simple, and two printed tags. Printed tags are obviously the easiest thing to do. Little book page there from a Reckoner. Just a divider page, that is a book page, and I've just added a tab and a label and covered with paper as we did with the main planner. I've added a little card here, and it is actually a playing card with a T card stuck on the back. It's a faux T card, and then there's a little tag in there. Little journaling card in this pocket. A journaling card here. Another page with a tab. Little Edith Holden envelope there. Another pocket with printed tags, and this is a one of those little definition cards from a game. Another pocket page, or sorry, a book page. And the last of the pages, and then there is a pocket at the back. At the moment there isn't anything in there. Let's pop in a tag. Okay, so this one is now finished, and I have to say I absolutely love these book binders. I think they look fantastic. I have done a couple where I've covered with fabric. They were for gifts. I've just covered them in fabric like I would a journal, but I actually do really prefer these older style journals. So that is our book page planner all done. I do actually have some planner pages that I do intend on just putting into the front. I'm actually going to put it into the front section behind this front cover. It's not a full planner in as much as the planner that we did with the soft cover, so I'm just going to have a few planner pages in here, but I actually really like these. So I will see you again soon.